Okay, we are here at the David Gonzalez residence, David and Christina Gonzalez residence. This is the night of my baby's premiere movie, and this is how everything is set up right now. See how nice everything looks? First I'm giving you a long distance look. And this is Alex's favorite part. All of the food and the drinks, and we know whose favorite part that is. Yeah. And let's take another look around here. This is the living room area. All set up.
Don't take my feet.
How pretty.
What's mommy doing?
Let's see. And look, there's the lady of the house.
Hi.
And we're getting ready for the premiere.
Yes. You see the table, how nice it looks?
It looks beautiful. Yes, we filmed. Let's see. Ooh, look
Get
at
closer
this.
to the banner. Get closer to the banner.
There's the banner.
This is my husband.
Here is the man of the house,
The host.
This
I'm
is-
the host.
David Gonzalez.
Doesn't he look handsome?
Very snazzy, with no beard.
Two of us.
I'm gonna be doing the introduction of the new rookie director that is being such a success, and everybody in the world is saying, "Who is this guy?" Well,
Yeah.
you will see later on.
Yes. Now let me take you into the filming room. That we don't need to see. This is where we will all be watching this evening. We have the chairs set up, and it will get to a point of standing room only. And let's see. And we have all the stars put up.
Okay.
And golf is still on, yes. And this is our youngest version, Stephanie, with her party shoes on. And she's ready for a big party. Stephanie, say party. Party, yes.
Party.
Stephanie's very excited. Yes. Right now, Grandma is lighting candles, and Stephanie just
I love
told
my
us that
table.
by going,
Did you take the table?
Stephanie, is Grandpa cuckoo?
Cuckoo.
Cuckoo, yes.
Cuckoo. Don't get my feet.
No, is Grandpa cuckoo, Steph? Yeah, he's in there. And where's Daddy? Daddy? Yes. Here is the room of the director, and there's the sign, Alex D. Gonzalez. And let's catch him in action right
I'm not ready
now.
without the blue spot.
There he is, and
I'm not ready
he's
with that
getting
blue
ready.
And here's the belt.
And the belt, wow.
But I'll use it because it's black
And it's mine, remember.
and it's not.
Do not walk away with my
Remember, do
belt.
not walk away.
Use the belt.
And let's see. Oh, yes, he does have his socks on, but no shoes yet. He's ready.
I can tell this is my father's belt. On the first notch, it's almost too tight.
Okay, Mr. Director,
Yes. Watch the
would you
director
like
put
to
shoes
say?
on.
Would you like to say anything to the camera before the premiere begins?
Well, this is the movie's about humanity, and basically this part of the movie that you're filming is even more human than my movie because this really shows all the dirt and the grit. Like for example, we have people who are late, we have shirts that didn't arrive. Things are never perfect, but the bottom line is that even though they're not perfect, that's what life is, and you got to make the best of it. And like I didn't shine this shoe, but I don't think anybody will notice it, so
But
it
look,
should be okay.
not all of this. I want to ask you: are you nervous for your debut?
No, I'm not.
No,
I'm excited.
you're excited.
I'm a little nervous. Yeah, I'm a little nervous. But I mean, that's come to be expected with anything that you do that you're going to be showing to a bunch of people, even though they're family members and friends. But nevertheless, you never know if what you see in what you did is what they see, and thereby you're a little nervous. You want acceptance, but you have to wait till the final result and see if what you did is something that they like.
Ah, okay. Do you have any final words you'd like to say before we shut off the camera for now?
I'm hungry, it's typical. I need to go on a diet because I've been sitting behind a computer for 6 months doing the film of this movie that you're going to be seeing soon. And I'm so happy that the first film is over. It's like writing a book. I hate writing but love having written. So the same thing with filming. I hate filming but love having filmed. And the culmination of all the hard work and time that I've put in finally comes to an apex tonight.
Very good.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Come on in.
Hi. I'm looking for David.
Me.
Oh, David, you did it. Alex, you did it.
Give me a break, will you?
This wasn't me. This was Tita Lucy.
Oh my gosh, she did it back to me what I did to him.
Hi, I'm
Hi,
David.
I am, yes.
Hi, I'm
How are
Lisa.
You're who?
Lisa.
Lisa.
And
Oh,
you?
you know something? There was a Lisa message,
Yes.
but you didn't say Cherry Blossom name. You said
I
8500.
said the wrong one.
Some
I read
other
it
street.
wrong,
And I
clearly.
clearly I said I'm not gonna call back because it's probably a wrong number.
Oh, well,
You know
it's
about it
fun.
too, right?
Come with me. Well, I came here tonight to wish you a happy birthday.
Thank you.
You're very welcome, and I also came here to sing a few songs for you to help you celebrate the evening.
Okay.
All right, and I'm even going to give you a hat.
I'm gonna kill my aunt. Tita Lucy, I wasn't planning to go there soon, but now I'm going sooner. You'll
Don't
see.
forget my birthday, okay?
All right. Are we ready?
Yes.
All right. Well, hooray for Hollywood. Hooray, hooray for Hollywood. I want you to have a seat right there as time goes by.
My daughter Vanessa is missing this.
So I'm taping it. Don't worry.
When I have a brand new hairdo and my eyelashes all in curls, I float on the air like clouds do. I enjoy being a girl. When men say I'm cute and funny and my teeth are teeth but pearls, I just laugh it up like honey. I enjoy being a girl. I flip when the fellas send me flowers. I drool over dresses made of lace. I talk on the telephone for hours with a pound and a half of cream upon my face. I'm strictly a female, and my future is bright, you'll see. In the home of a brave and free man who enjoys being a guy, having a girl like me. I do love dresses made with lace. I talk on the telephone for hours with a pound and a half of cream upon my face. I'm strictly a female, and my future is bright, you'll see. In the home of the free and brave man who enjoys having a girl, being a girl like me. And you're not done. I have a couple more for you.
Medium rare.
You know what? I don't think I really
Who was
did
it?
that long.
The roasting of David Gonzalez.
Great.
find the phone.
It's over here.
You cannot find the phone?
I don't want to
The phone is on the kitchen. In the.
Yeah, I have one for you.
Good call again.
I am. Wait a moment. I'm
The roasting
40.
of
Why
David
do I get
Gonzalez.
all this? This is only for people over 70.
40?
Yeah.
How old are you today?
Not
Honestly.
today. What's today? Whatever. Tomorrow I'll be 59.
Oh, well, congratulations. You ready for the next one? Or you want to
May I
answer
take
the
the
phone?
phone for a second?
By all means.
The roasting of
The roasting.
All right. Come hear the music play. Life is a cabaret, old chum. So come to the cabaret. Put down
Watch the hand.
Wait a minute. No profile technique.
Okay. On the count of three. 1, 2, 3.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, dear Leon. Happy birthday to you.
Hey, no,
That's great.
you too, guys.
Lisa
Too
was
bad
telling
that
me, she
you-
said they were looking
Thank
to
you. Too
hire a
bad
fat
that you
chick
guys could not.
to come in and sit on his lap. This is from my ex-wife.
They hired her from California, or they called you and you made the arrangements here?
No, Tita Lucy, it was Tita Lucy's idea.
I know that, but who made the arrangements?
Estrella made the arrangements.
Yeah.
I called Estrella to make sure that she got the FedEx. She said she was going to call me anyway. To
She had a
tell,
nice FedEx, yeah.
she had a nice FedEx, all right, yeah. Overnight. And then she tells me, she says,
Are you filming this?
yes, I am. You're in trouble. And then she tells me, she says, this is what's going to happen. We're going to have someone coming over to the house and singing for your father, but he doesn't know about it. We'll do it during the intermission. So they thought it was supposed to be 8 o'clock New York time, but Estrella was trying to make it 8 o'clock California time, so there was a
Oh,
confusion.
no wonder we all kept asking, what is that thing that you kept saying? I said it was a karaoke, you
Yeah.
said it was a karaoke, right?
Yeah.
I told him to
Then
start,
we were
to
wondering
start
what it
watching
was.
in about 45 minutes, because by the time we finish eating lunch,
They got lost.
They got lost again?
Now they passed along on the expressway.
yes. Mindy, hi, they didn't get here yet. No.
Mindy la amiga de Vanessa, ¿verdad?
Listen, Mindy, after we see the movie, the family movie, I'll have Vanessa call you, and you come and eat with us and have drinks and all that, okay? Okay, well, listen, the movie's gonna be 3 hours with an intermission, so.
Without the intermission.
It's 8:30, never,
Without the intermission.
not
It's
before
3 hours
12:30,
solid.
believe me.
So I wanted to start this thing at 7:30.
It's okay.
Okay. No, I know.
No, that I didn't want to see the Green Mile because it was a long movie.
So this is not the Green Mile. This is the Green Marathon.
I know. This is 3 hours too, right?
Yeah, 3 solid hours. So we want some smelling salts at the intermission. We'll give
Very
you.
impressed with that so far.
All right.
She did?
It wasn't the fault, it was the hook of her.
So,
So it's better that
hi, Steffi.
you can,
Hello.
or
Steffi, look. Steffi. Steffi, look.
she stay here, she sleep over tonight on the sofa.
Steffi.
Tomorrow morning at
Stephanie. Stephanie. Steffi. Look, Steffi.
at 12:30.
Yay, Steffi.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a drive-by.
Not before 12:30.
Maybe it's a drive-by
Because
shooting.
not for you, but because I don't want to stop the movie,
Is that them?
Yeah.
It's
All
them?
right. Okay, and then,
That's them.
and then?
I
Yeah.
think so.
Eureka.
Okay,
We can
hold on.
eat.
Hold on.
Hallelujah.
Let me speak to Lisa for a second because she had.
No, that's not Lisa.
Oh.
This is Mindy.
Film, Alex,
Okay.
film, you can show the twin right in there, right? Can
What?
you rewind that and show them the...
Sure, if we want. While
When
we're
you
eating.
talk to her,
and
tell
all
her to
that.
make a
Yeah,
fuss.
so they can see
She's got
the-
to change.
Absolutely.
Okay, hold on a
And
second.
you know, I said
They're
something
getting
like
out of
that
the
because
car.
the belly dancer coming. I thought it was something like that, right? Did I say that?
Yeah, let me,
I think
I'll put you, no, you're filming.
Let me know the cards.
Okay, let me put the phone down, okay? Hold on.
Oh, yeah, about time, huh?
Can you hold this?
Hungry. What do you want me to do? Just press the
Just
button?
no, just
Go.
film. And then when you're ready to stop, just stir it, buzzer. Don't do that.
Mindy's on the
Just
phone.
film, that's it?
Yeah. I told her to
Hello. Hi. Now, this means that with all these kisses and things, that means we're going to be eating at least a half
What time
hour.
are we gonna be?
Why can't they hurry up, say hello, eat, and then we say hello to everybody. Hi, Vanessa. How are you?
I told her to be here at 12:30.
Okay, great.
Okay?
Okay, and now the filmmaker is walking toward the camera very seriously. He doesn't trust me. I haven't moved the camera. God forbid I made a
This
boo-boo.
film will begin soon.
Are you recording? Oh, yes, you are. Let's see. And now Carmen will make the big entrance. Ta 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 ta.
Wait, let me put the gun away for
Where is number 2? Where is number 2?
missing it.
There she comes. There she. She's not here yet.
Just no, do the other thing.
We're hungry.
We're starving.
Check for yourself.
Ta 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 ta. No music?
Yeah, hold on. Alex, do you have a pen over there? Wait, hold on.
You can't tell me. I have a memory like an elephant. I remember.
Thank you. Okay, hello? Did you?
Well, now I'm recording. Nice door. I'm sure you have seen this door 1,000 times already, so might as well move the camera somewhere else. See, Alexander is yakking over there. Everything looks very dark. Juan Carlos, this Juan Carlos, look. It's a gorgeous thing. Now I'm filming at the door. Focusing at the door right now. There's everybody's coming. There's Carmen finally made her entrance. Now that means now that we can eat. It means that we can, in a few minutes we can start eating. Yeah. How are you?
Hi, sweetie.
How are you?
I'm okay. How are you? Look at you. You got a little
I haven't seen you since she got big and married.
beautiful. I know. She's so big.
¿Dónde está Spielberg?
Carmen, it's only been 9 years.
Juan Carlos. ¿Qué hay, Juanita? ¿Cómo está? No, yo no. Yo estoy aquí ayudando a Spielberg. Le tengo la máquina. Esto hace 25 años. Todo blanco. ¿Qué pasa?
My wife Margarita.
¿Qué hay? Siempre igual, ¿eh?
Say happy birthday, Santa.
Little kiss. Little kiss. Ma. No? Okay.
Okay, guys, this is the filming of the toast of the movie Generations. Alrighty.
Christina, you got yours?
Okay, guys,
Give me one for me here.
mine is on the table.
Where's the glass?
Everybody has a glass. Everybody ready?
Okay, I gotta say something
Okay.
before everybody quiet please for a second.
Okay, David. Okay, guys.
Is this Dom Perignon?
This is Colorío. Okay, I'm gonna say it in English and also in Espanol. The reason for that is because all of us here understand English, and the ones in California too, but the ones in Spain might not. El brindis es en español y en inglés. La razón es porque aquí hablamos inglés y ahí yo no sé quién habla inglés.
Pero Juan Carlos está filmando las orejas.
Juan Carlos, no me firmes la oreja ni la nariz porque te mato.
Carlos, come over here.
I'm filming.
So you can film straight ahead.
Right.
This is an occasion that we've been waiting for a year and a half, and I have 3 children. I love them all the same. I don't have one preference over the other because they are my children and I love them. But I have to say that my son Alejandro David, worked a year and a half on this movie. He put his heart on it,
Yeah.
and dedication
At least some ventricle.
and the time he dedicated was incredible. We all helped. So we are all here together because we all felt part of the movie.
Can I say something?
Yes.
And to Bernadette for putting up with him.
And
Right.
Bernadette for putting up with him. You know,
Right.
like the Oscars.
Thank you.
I want to thank my wife.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna say that. He's gonna say that. I don't know how much she put up with him. Anyhow, la ocasión es una ocasión muy feliz, pero al mismo tiempo es triste también, porque no estamos todos. Faltan muchos que son de la familia, que son seres queridos. Faltan mis primas en California, faltan mis tíos de California, faltan mis primos en Suiza, nuestros primos en Suiza, faltan nuestros primos en Las Palmas, nuestras tías en Las Palmas. O sea que falta mucha gente, pero no era fácil y no era fácil porque no es fácil venir y trasladarse para ver esto. Hay dos personas que me hubiera muchísimo gustado que estuvieran aquí y no han podido venir por cualquier otra razón, me imagino que es una razón muy poderosa. Una de ellas es mi hermano Antonio, me imagino porque tendría problemas de trabajo, y la otra es mi hija Alexis. Y mi hija Alexis no pudo venir porque está estudiando en la universidad y no podía dejar los estudios. Por eso digo que es una ocasión muy alegre, muy feliz, pero al mismo tiempo muy triste. La película creo que va a ser también de las dos cosas, muy alegre y muy triste. Hay pañuelos ahí para todo el mundo, para que quiera llorar. Y podemos reír
Por el
también.
caso que la película no es buena, que hay pañuelos para que todo el mundo pueda llorar.
What I said before in Spanish, I'll try to translate quick in English. I don't want to take all the time. It's a very sad occasion, a very happy occasion, because we are not all here. As I said before, we have a lot of relatives and family in California, in Spain, and we miss them all. And I miss also very much my brother Antonio, who could not make it, probably because of work, and my daughter Alexis, because she could not leave her studies, and she's in New Mexico. But this is part one of Spielberg, my son, the movie director, and part two, hopefully we will be able to get together. We all put up with a lot of things, and I've been up many nights trying to answer some questions. I didn't know them all, but he got all the questions and all the answers answered, hopefully. And the same thing that he has to thank his wife, I have to thank mine also, like in the Oscars. For putting up with that. This is not the Oscars, this is the Gonzos.
The Gonzos.
I hate to be a party pooper. He forgot to press record. You have to do all over again, right?
Does it say Rex?
It's recording. It says right. I'm recording.
Anyhow, let's all eat, enjoy it, and let's say 300
Salud.
to the director.
Yay, Alex! Say a few words.
Okay, I just want to say one. You guys can drink, because I'm not going to make it as long as his. Actually, his speech made it so long that nothing I do can make it mine even any longer, so thanks a lot.
Want to bet?
Made it good.
You
I'm
right.
going to make this really short and simple. I just want to, it's sort of like what I said in the letter. This film is bigger than me. It was a story that had to be told. For many years, people kept saying, that we should do a story about our family. We really had some crazy stories. And I said, yeah, let's put them together. One of these days, someone's going to do it. And I bought that camera that I'm being filmed in right now for my daughter, who was born a couple of years ago. I wanted her to have film of herself when she was a little baby, because unfortunately, I never had that film, or we did, and we got lost or whatever. And then that turned into a hobby, and then that's when the idea came up of filming all the places that I lived in. And like I said, the story that you're going to see is really about life. It's about humanity. There's going to be some things that are going to be corrections that you guys are going to say, wait, that's wrong and that's right. But there's at least a dozen versions for every story that you hear. And I tried as best as I could to adhere to the story anyway. I hope you guys enjoy it. I did put a lot of time and effort into it. But nevertheless, I hope you guys enjoy it, because that's the ultimate thank you that I can receive from all you guys. So, this film really would never have been done without my grandfather's best interest. I mean, this film is really dedicated to him. This film was supposed to be for him to watch, and unfortunately, he can't be with us today. And Grandma can't be with us today in body, but in spirit he is. And I wanted to make a toast to my grandfather and just say, and my grandmother, to both of them, for creating such a wonderful family and such a great lineage. Here's to you, Grandpa and Grandma.
I left it out because I didn't want to take it from you.
I stopped. Is it still recording?
Wait,
How do I?
just hit the red button.
It's recording.
This is very important. My father
You're
brought
not going to
the
blame
whole
my
thing to
father for
grandmother.
Juan Carlos now,
No,
right?
but this is very important. If I didn't have anywhere near as perfect as the wife that I have in Bernadette, none of this would have ever happened. She has been, without question, the most patient person, the most loving and caring and supporting person I have ever met in my entire life. This person has done everything to make sure that this film would get done, and she's been there every step of the way, from the moments of telling me, sure, go ahead, go to sleep whenever you want, I'm going to bed now, and she would just let me kill myself, staying up till 3 o'clock in the morning, but she's been very helpful, she's very loving, and again, a big thanks to my wife, for whom this could not have
Never mind the movie. I think I need
Yeah.
Desastroso, desastroso.
Desde el primer día que el padre dijo, mátenme al niño, se lo hubieran mandado, se hubiera quedado bien, no hay problema.
Tú sabes,
Gasto
Alejandro,
más
los otros días salió un individuo ahí y dijo que en Miami iban a hacer una república aparte.
Sí, sí, parece que sí, que lo que
La
quieren hacer.
telefonista ven y se
Which
sienta.
one is the light? The ball.
The ball.
Got red socks on? Whoa.
Yeah, Hollywood style, that's why I went in with Red Sox.
Texas, Boston.
Boston.
Parece que estoy en un trono, en una vidriera.
Oh, yeah, sure, but...
Where's the other videotape? The one that's outside. It's outside. That's where it is. Where's the other videotape that's outside? That just answered my own
¿Qué
question.
pasó, Alex?
I left the videotape outside.
The videotape.
I guess the movie, right?
No, la primera parte de
I have the tissues, guys.
from Miami.
Van a hacer la...
Elian
Oh,
Gonzalez.
yeah.
Poco lloró.
Elian, I didn't hear, yeah.
Yeah, that's the first part, it's about Elian Gonzalez.
No, it is not.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is. This part is a part of here.
Elian Gonzalez.
This is when they're building the boat before they take the raft.
¿Dónde está mi
Come on.
Come
no.
on,
Listen,
Margarita,
Wait,
Juan
wait.
Carlos.
Parte, ¿no?
Deja que está haciendo ahí.
Where's Vanessa?
No,
What?
porque está haciendo pipí.
Where's Vanessa?
Wait,
Where's
hold
my
it.
daughter, Vanessa?
Come on, Vanessa, Margarita, Juan Carlos.
Maybe after, before you start, shut off the light there.
I am, but I need to see what I'm doing
I
before
know.
I shut the light off.
Does anybody want to
No, don't do it yet until you know, until the tape is in.
Well, I'm ready. I got it.
Alex? If there's anything wrong with the sound, can we yell? We usually radio, radio.
No, pero el béisbol, no es béisbol, no es
Sí,
béisbol.
los medios, pensé que eran los medios.
Debe quítate del medio. I
Where's
wanna
the
watch
popcorn
baseball.
for us to throw it at the TV?
Control to the VCR. Is that it?
No popcorn, that's all.
Don't get any ideas, okay?
Excuse me.
Because I can't walk
Excuse
anymore.
me, he controls that.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh, is that the power?
Oh, excuse me.
If
How many
Alex
remotes do you
doesn't
have?
hold the remote, he
Let him have the remote
The
because.
remote control.
Come in.
Come on, Juan Carlos, venga, con Margarita.
Venga, se para por ahí. Vanessa, come this way.
Nessie!
Hooray for a Hollywood.
Margin off,
Vanessa se va a
like
quitar
that.
aquí.
Alessandra, ¿tú puedes?
Calor aquí.
Más fuerte el aire.
Está lleno.
That's the plane.
Oh, sí, look where you started.
Anywhere, next to you.
Yes. Hey there.
I don't know why she changed.
Wait, let me
Neither.
turn this light off.
I literally
Turn the light on, David.
3 hours. I can't even row.
Hold it.
Wait, don't start yet.
Exactly.
Okay, let's look at the time. The time would be.
Well, I was a couple hours. I was pretty good.
You have 3 beautiful
With
daughters.
heels.
I remember that.
Carmen, with heels. I was up
Heels,
there
that
for
was
2
good.
hours.
That
Okay.
was, but I had that
Wait for your
Wait for your father.
Okay.
That was the best costume.
That was good.
It was.
That was good.
Okay, no talking.
No talking. Enjoy the show now. All right, is everybody ready?
Thank you, Spielberg.
Okay. I hope you guys don't kill me. It's not professional. It's amateur. That's just a warning. Okay.
Ah, let's go.
All right. Hold on. Oh, help if I push the tape in. Here you go.
Here we go. The movement is finally.
Oh, wow,
here.
let's go, shut it off, let's go drink.
How do I get that 3 off?
It goes.
It goes away by
I think it
itself
goes away.
from boredom.
Yeah, I always put that in there. It's kind of funny because I probably legal things I probably do.
Wait a minute, I know the FBI was gonna be here. I'm leaving.
Janet Reno's here. Janet Reno.
anything. We don't look at it.
We're not even seeing
It's a representative of the 3 hours of the movie.
That's a Gibraltar?
Gibraltar.
El peñón de Gibraltar.
Okay, quiet everybody, please.
Línea. I love music. Ay.
We'll have to call Antonio, tell him to put it on.
It's okay, he knows.
No,
He knows that we were going to start this time, no?
But what on?
Does he know?
No, we told him.
Does Antonio know that we were going to start now?
No.
You better call him.
¿Sí me cobas?
Yeah, if you can find it.
The phone?
gave it to my grandfather. Oh.
Okay, call him right now.
Call him right now.
I can't go from here.
Call him,
I don't
Alejandro.
have a phone.
I don't know, I don't have his number.
I know.
You send him a copy?
I sent a copy to
Everybody.
Tanya, a copy to Esther, Sarita, a copy to Alejandro, Antonio. You have a copy, the three of you guys.
Where is it?
We'll give it to you guys later on. I had the FedEx come here.
Alex, what's the number?
I don't know. I don't know. No lo sé. It's in my Palm Pilot. No, it's not in my Palm Pilot. I don't know where. Oh wait, you know what?
JC,
It's on my FedEx
JC,
label.
don't you know Antonio's phone number?
I don't remember.
You don't remember it either?
301 6.
We thought we were going to say.
301 610 9617. I remember it. I remember it, guys. I remember it. It's 301. It's 301 610 9617.
We got it. We got it.
It's that one, right?
I kept the FedEx air bills.
You have it there,
Good thing I
right?
did
I
that.
think that's the number. 301 610 9617.
Qué calor. No sé si era menopausia o champán.
I think that's.
It's champagne pose.
No. ¿Qué? No, no. ¿Qué va? Óyame, 10 años le llevo con menopausia.
No.
Oh. Y con hormonas, 10 años. No tengo 3.
Alex, what? You can't tell.
I'll tell you everything you want to know after the meeting.
Yeah.
¿Eh?
We're gonna lose.
Mi abuela empezó también muy temprano. ¿Sí? Esa fue la pantalón.
Y ya entonces ya
That is cool. Are you serious?
Vanessa, what is that?
Freaking cool. I love that.
My slippers?
Yeah, they cool.
Ay, Vanessa, let me try them.
Okay, here. They're so comfortable.
This way I can take off my shoes.
I got them in leopard too. I got them at Kmart for $3.
How nice they were.
You should have thought
Me quedan tan bien.
I got this shirt at Target.
Are they comfortable?
See?
Target.
Okay. Oh, that's sexy.
I don't know.
He's saying he saw the first part, it's not even worth it, so don't waste your time.
Come on, Vanessa, sit down.
Go ahead.
You're horrible. All right,
I
come
take
on.
my shoes off.
Everybody.
Alex, ¿la visto o no?
Yeah, he started to see it. I told him what after
Okay, raise the volume.
Okay, raise the volume.
Perdón.
Wait, what's going
Me
on?
alegro mucho que no has perdido todavía tu sentido de humor.
No.
He perdido otras cosas, pero...
You could start from the beginning.
How do you know? How do you know?
Oh, Alex, come on.
All right, here we go.
All right, raise the volume.
Somebody once wrote that history is often forgotten because it deals with the past. But everyone has a past, and at one time, it was as real as you are right now watching this boring white screen. My story is an intimate view of the 20th century through the eyes of a family, a tribute of how 3 generations grew, enjoyed, struggled, and persisted through decades of changes that most have forgotten in the crawl spaces of our own minds. Juan Andres Gonzalez, my great-grandfather, was born in the poorest sections of San Roque, Spain, sometime in the late 1880s. San Roque is an Andalusian village, not far from Sevilla. later life, his humble family moved to an area just south of what is called La Macarena in Sevilla. It was a poor, albeit beautiful section of Sevilla at that time. The first 10 years of Juan Andres' life was filled with typical childhood memories. Then, something marvelous happened as he entered his adolescence. Half a world away, and on the morning of December 17, 1903, Wilbur and Orville Wright, bicycle mechanics from Dayton, Ohio, were getting ready to test their new flying machine, built from bicycle parts and a gasoline engine. Orville was at the controls when it lifted into the air. He flew his machine for 12.5 seconds, long enough to make history. Initially, only a few people even knew of the event, but eventually others began to follow their lead, and before long, Juan Andres had read all about it. Having had little schooling, Juan Andres spent most of his days in the restaurant where his father worked as a waiter in downtown Sevilla. He helped out however he could, and the owners loved him. Despite not being a regular student, Juan Andres loved reading the newspaper and heard about the historical Wright brothers' flight almost immediately. In 1903, my great-grandfather was only 13 years old. That was almost 97 years ago. The flight gave the young boy plenty of dreams. It excited Juan Andres to think of his own future. His father wanted him to excel beyond him and hopefully own a restaurant one day, while he wanted to be a flyboy. Finally, Juan Andres decided that he would do both. Well, sort of. His vision was to own a restaurant at an airfield. Most of his peers laughed at him, but he never gave up on his dream. A decade later, Spain had already built an airfield in the capital city of Madrid. Even with a crumbling economy, Spain always fell for its pride and found a way to support its military. Not long after, in what was mostly farmlands, airfields began to crop up everywhere.
I brought a lot of
This included opening one near Seville. My great-grandfather kept a journal that he would write in once in a while. Once his father took him to a circus in Parque Maria Luisa, so he decided to write about it. Today my dad took me to the circus, and it was fun. I saw a marvelous machine that came from America, called a kinetoscope. You look into this glass tube, and you see pictures in motion. Wow! The one I saw was called The Nightmare of Overindulgence. My father thinks pictures that can move is a big waste of time, but I thought it was fun.
Yeah.
La Línea is one of the most southern towns in all of Spain. This quaint little fishing village is just a few kilometers north of Gibraltar in the province of Cadiz. Thanks to urban renewal, the population of La Línea increased from 14,000 in 1905 to over 61,000 by the end of the First World War in 1919. My great-grandfather traveled to La Línea on a temporary work assignment where he had met and fell in love with the woman of his dreams, my great-grandmother Magdalena Aguilar. found steady employment in La Linea, and he moved there. Shortly thereafter, he and Magdalena soon married, and there in La Linea, they would raise their family. Achieving his dream would not be easy. He spent almost 3 years trying to convince people that airports would become commonplace and that it would be necessary to build establishments around them. Unfortunately, there was no one who would share his vision. Not even the owner of the restaurant that supposedly loved him so. The only money he got were a few dollars from his father. Magdalena was a good homemaker, raising 3 children. She gave birth to their first child, a son, in 1909 and named him Juan Gonzalez Aguilar. Maria Gonzalez Aguilar was born 2 years after in 1911. And in 1913, my grandfather, Antonio Gonzalez Aguilar, was born on September the 16th. Despite having a wonderful wife and 3 beautiful children, my great-grandfather suffered from severe bouts of depression. The reason for this was quite simple. He barely had enough money to make ends meet, let alone save for his dream, the dream of owning a restaurant at the airport. Several times my great-grandfather was ready to give up on his dream, ready to throw in the towel to the way of life he had hoped for so long. Some nights his wife would hear him crying silently in the family room after the children were asleep. Magdalena never gave up on him, however. Her support of him was like the Rock of Gibraltar that faced them from outside their living room window. He continued working frantically, doing work any way he could to save for his restaurant and to make ends meet for his wife and his kids. He had quickly learned the value of money.
How we so slack? Yeah, 1910 is not an easy thing to come from. It's just imagery.
You forgot when he was building the pyramids.
But you know, it must have been very close to that anyway.
Yeah.
During that time, yeah.
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 Young and fearful, my great-grandfather finally had his dream come true at the age of 28. Taking every Spanish peseta of his life savings, he accomplished his vision to open and run a restaurant and bar at the recently opened San Pablo Airport in Sevilla late in the summer of 1916. Having been a sport fanatic since anyone could remember, Juan Andres was a lover of bullfighting. As a child, he loved going to bullfights whenever he wasn't at school or at the restaurant with his father. In a bullring, there are 2 major seating arrangements. Tickets in the sol area, meaning sun, would cost less than tickets in the sombra area, meaning shade, because the spectators would have to endure the hot Andalusian sun. But at the same time, these 2 variances gave the bullfight ring, otherwise known as la corrida, its color and flavor. Based on his love for the sport, on the variety of the menu for which he would offer to his patrons, he aptly named his place Sol y Sombra. Magdalena wanted to move to Sevilla to be close to my great-grandfather, but she knew that in doing so, there would be no one but herself to help raise their 3 children, plus the new one that was already on her way. So instead, they both reluctantly agreed but she would stay behind in La Linea, where she would have the support of her family to help raise their children. Yet I can just imagine how lonely it must have been for each of them. There were times when my great-grandmother would not see her husband for weeks at a time. Cars were still for the rich, and Sevilla was over 3 hours away by steam train. Success was not apparent at first. For the first few months, he was their own best customer, bringing home food from the restaurant to feed his family. But his vision began to pay off, however, and as the use of air travel had soared, mostly from the military, and especially during the First World War, so did his business. Soon his place was a smash hit. People would head on down to the airport just to eat. He hired a pianist, and every Friday he would hold live flamenco shows. Dignitaries started to frequent his establishment, and all who knew Juan Andres loved his charm. Most Spaniards were hit hard by the effects of the First World War, even though their government remained neutral. However, the rising prices, which increased instability, did not affect my great-grandfather's business, which by now was turning into something of a cash cow. Most of the money he made consisted of a clientele that was some tourist, more mailmen, and mostly flyboys from the Spanish militaries. My great-grandfather was a gracious, wonderful host. He made friends instantly, thanks to his charming appeal and good looks. Fortunately, however, it was also his outward likability which ran him into trouble. Some of this trouble included his inclination towards promiscuity. Despite unfounded rumors of infidelity that would occasionally circle my great-grandfather, Juan Andres loved his wife like an obsession. However, the rumors persisted. Regardless of whether the rumors were founded or not, he started becoming addicted to alcohol, drinking more than what a typical Spaniard or Magdalena would have approved of. There would not be an evening without Juan Andres cradling up to a bottle of anise. In 1919, no one noticed that the first condoms had been produced and sold. They were called Trojans. Everyone had been concentrating on the end of the First World War, which had started 5 years earlier. And Juan Andres would be no exception. He never practiced safe sex. Safe sex? What was that? Back then, safe sex was running off by yourself into a bathroom when no one was looking. One time, however, Magdalena was waiting for him in there, and 9 months later, Lorenzo was born. So much for the rubber tree plant. As Spain was in the midst of political unrest, my grandfather quietly began his academic career in September of 1919 at the Irish Christian Brothers School in Gibraltar. He graduated to the 2nd grade on June 20th, 1920. It was on that very same day, a few hundred miles south, in Casablanca, Morocco, that Mercedes Azencote would be born. The year is now 1923. My grandfather's first 3 years in school went fast. Spain's leader, King Alfonso XIII, loses some control and is almost removed from power thanks to a coup from his own commanding general, Miguel Primo de Rivera. But my great-grandfather was losing control as well. His business was slipping. His restaurant had become old news, and competing against it were other restaurants at the airport. My great-grandfather was drinking a lot, and he was doing a lousy job with the finances. Something would have to change, he thought. And it did. On a typical summer's day, while Juan Andres was working at the Sevilla airport, my great-grandmother Magdalena had promised her kids that she'd take them to the circus. That morning she woke up with some pains in her chest, however. Normally she would disregard her occasional shortnesses of breath, but they never started this early in the morning. Nevertheless, she had promised that she would take her kids to the circus, and she loved watching her children's faces gleam with joy, and she knew this would be a special treat for them. As the day wore on, my great-grandmother felt like she had to work for every step that she took while at the fair. At one point, she sat down on the ground to get her breath back, while her children went inside to get this picture that you see here taken of them. When they came back outside, there was a crowd of people. They were circled around, looking at Magdalena. Except Magdalena was not looking back at them. Instead, she was lying still, with her eyes facing the sky, as she laid on her back. My great-grandmother died at the age of 33. News traveled back to Sevilla. My great-grandfather was devastated. He spent so much time at work and never enough time for his wife, for whom he loved so much.
That's what my home in those days. And making everybody unhappy around me.
Yeah.
Around me, everybody was unhappy. Why? Because I was doing something because I was not normal.
The guilt was almost too much to bear, and in addition to all of his other woes, this sent him into a deep depression. For the next couple of years, my great-grandfather sent his in-laws all the money he could afford to help them raise his kids. He also started visiting his children far more often, traveling back and forth between Sevilla and La Linea at least 3 times a week to spend the quality time with them that he never did before. Unfortunately, this meant that his restaurant, which was already in a downward spiral, would suffer even further. But my great-grandfather was always a kind-hearted soul. After all those years where he strove to open a restaurant, and after all those years that followed, he realized that his business was nothing without his family. In the end, he realized that his family, which was there all along for him, was what mattered most to him. Eventually, it was all over. His business was now losing money so fast that he did not need an accountant to tell him that he was going to be penniless in another year. In 1924, Juan Andres moved back to La Linea. Some of the contacts he had made had been begging him to move out to Morocco for good work. Now he would closely consider it. He had lost a lot of what he earned over the years.
He lost the restaurant because we were going to nightclubs, and the mayor of the city, the judge, all those were his friends. I used to pay for all of them and drinking, black all the time. They were very happy then. One day say, I have nothing. I'm broke. No, what do you want to do? You see, my brother-in-law lives in Tetuan in Morocco. And he called me and says, you can work here very easily, so move here. So he went by himself. And he called my aunt and said, the children have to come here. I was the first to go there. But he went there in 1927. I was 14 years old.
His restaurant bar, which had opened in obscurity in August of 1916 and was once the talk of Sevilla, had slipped back into the twilight of oblivion. Finally, Great-Grandpa closed the doors. He closed the doors to something he was no longer interested in anymore. Sol y Sombra became a memory in the spring of 1925.
Okay, that's it for the depressing stuff. I mean, I knew that to be depressing.
Oh, we all quiet.
bit smaller in 1927. The first transatlantic phone call was successfully completed when the publisher of the New York Times and the editor of the London Times held a conversation 3,000 miles across the Atlantic Ocean. Another more significant travel across the ocean occurred when Charles Lindbergh landed his Spirit of St. Louis plane at the Le Bourget airfield in Paris on May 21st. It was the first non-stop solo flight to cross the Atlantic. I wonder what Juan Andres was thinking of in Tetuan after hearing of Mr. Lindbergh's success. '27 was also the year that featured the first true talking motion picture. When The Jazz Singer premiered in New York on October the 6th, the audience went wild. I say this because our family has gone wild over movies since the day Juan Andres took my father to one of his first movies ever at the Gran Teatro Cervantes. We all love movies, and if you need proof, just go visit my father's house and let him show you the contents of his den.
It took me a week to do this next special effect. A whole damn week.
The small town of Tetuan is within the enclave of what was once Spanish Morocco. Its name means springs as it stands on a plateau where a number of small streams have their beginnings. It was a popular starting point for most Europeans who would venture to Africa, and it was frequently traveled by Spaniards. Both Spanish Christians and Sephardic Jews began to inhabit Tetuan during the late 1800s. Juan Andres was living at Magdalena's sister's house in Tetuan until he found himself a job as a waiter in a restaurant and moved to a dwelling nearby. Happy to have found work, it was a far cry from the all-star stature he enjoyed just a decade ago in Spain. When my grandfather came to Morocco, he stayed with his father Juan Andres in Tetuan. Not long after that, he landed a job as a bellboy at the best hotel in town. Grandpa, as you'll learn more about him, was not only extremely independent, but was becoming highly influential to those around him. He could probably convince a man to put his hand in a pot of boiling water if he had wished. Keep in mind that he was only 14, so this talent would only get better. My grandfather left his brothers and sisters so that he could live with his father. It also meant leaving his school as well. However, Juan Andres accepted his decision as he could no longer afford to send money for school for all of his children. But he was not worried. In fact, he felt confident that his son Antonio could rise above these educational roadblocks and become a success anyway. I believe that my grandfather's lack of a higher education might have been the driving fuel to show the world that poverty would not dictate his destiny, let alone his desire for success. Juan Andres saw his son's quench for opportunity and adventure, like a replay of his own formative years. This boy wanted to be a man, and was going to be one soon, without even needing my help, Juan thought.
A long time ago, a million years BC.
Hotel Alfonso XIII, the king.
How long did you work there for?
I was 14 years old and I stayed there for 10 years. I was in 27, I went to the hotel and started working there, where I make a lot of money. By the way, the tips. I'm making a fortune those days. I was 14 years old making a fortune. Sometimes I make about $200 a day. American money. Yeah. The Labour Party in Germany and the Labour Party in England. And they used to come to Ceuta from time to time to sightsee Morocco and all that. They used to have lunch at the hotel, 500 people every time. And I make a lot of money because I was selling the stamps. I put in an envelope, 7 or 8, 10 stamps. They were beautiful. He was a painter there from Granada, because he was the director of the Escuela de Artes y Oficios in Tetuán, and he used to paint those stamps for the government. The government they painted them. Oh, the Germans, they were crazy. They were, some people were stamp collectors. They were, how many did you have? Well, I have 1,000. I buy all of them. Okay. I make lots of money.
The way they had the exchange, and a lot of, especially German tourists, go to the hotel, they didn't know what to do. They were like, real deep, working, a lot of people from the island and stuff.
Juan Carlos apareció ahí también.
Mildly ignorant.
I make lots of money. Because I love the money.
That's what you get for not sending me the pictures.
Hey, guy.
I was waiting to say that for 6 months.
Antonio says, listen, but someone say $3. When they say $3, and immediately my mind going like, I say, that's Moroccan money. That even was cheaper than the Spanish money. The guy said, oh, I'm very sorry, I'm sorry. Sorry. He was, digo, mira, son of a bitch, stupid. He says, sorry, we knew that this, I'm telling it a lie because it's, Moroccan money is cheaper.
But he was able to siphon like, put it this way, let's say you give me, 50 cents, and for 50 cents you can make $1, each 50 cents. So, you know, he was able to do that and sell coins for an enormous amount of prices. Sell a lot of these postcards, you know, Morocco, the hotel. And this is why he was very careful. So when he was selling his postcards, were they his own postcards, or were they selling them for the hotel and then making a site? Right, you're right. And it was quite amusing and quite, you know. So what would he do? He would mark them up and the difference. Right, he would mark them up. A lot more like that. You know, the forgers didn't even know it, you know. They would think by the fellow that he was hired so much cash that he said, you know, which is so full of money. You know, he had so much money. He was really so very savvy, very business oriented. And one thing about him is, boy, if you wanted somebody who can make money, I was your granddad.
And I make a lot of money.
Alex, is that actually
Growing civilian unrest in Spain made it difficult to find work, but not if you lived here in Morocco. What a wonderful time it was for my grandfather to become a man. At his age, nothing ever bothered him. Life was easy and fun, and it was a far cry from his depressed days in Molina. Occasionally, he'd even send money from his tips and flowers from the Hotel Alfonso XIII where he worked to his sisters. His older brother Juan had just graduated from a fine art school. He was a talented painter. My grandfather, meanwhile, had finished putting himself through night school thanks to his own salary. Juan Andres was earning a fraction of what his son made, and what little he had went to spirits. My grandfather tried to get Juan Andres a job here, but the owners wanted youth, not some old, washed-up alcoholic. It embittered my grandfather to hear this, but did not do anything about it. Being poor was not something my grandfather wanted to experience ever again. America had just suffered a stock market crash. Poverty would soon follow there, but not in Morocco, especially not at its international ports. In this hotel, for example, anybody who needed a bellboy paid handsomely for one. You see, most of the clientele that came into this wonderful hotel were very, very well off. So the effects of the Great Depression had not reached here yet. Antonio, my grandfather, practically lived in this fabulous hotel. It was magnificent. Looking back on the 1920s, one could truly say it really did roar.
it completely recovered from World War I. Its bubbling pool of wealth derived from the financial success of the stock markets in America, among others, seemed to have no end. Alexander Fleming's accidental discovery of penicillin and other small celebrities were heralded too.
Prohibition and the general disregard which followed it was the perfect symbol for the 20s. A decade which was about crossing the line, smashing tradition, breaking boundaries. As modern America came of age in the 1920s, boundaries of all sorts, technological, geographical, and social, were shattered.
Those were the 20s. Now for the 30s. In America, a nation that claimed ever-increasing wealth as its birthright was rudely awakened by the Great Depression. It caused 30% unemployment. It caused the closing of 9,000 banks. It caused the loss of over $2.5 billion in deposits. People began to struggle as they faced the collapse of prosperity and diminished hope of being able to experience the American dream. None of these events affected my grandfather at the time. All of his worldly dreams were coming true for him in Tetuan. He was a money machine, making money in more ways than he could ever expect. Here is my grandfather to tell you of an event that happened to him while he was at the hotel.
Well, they were running after that, they left because we don't have plenty of room at the hotel. It was a big hotel, so 250 left, for sightseeing, and then from the other side came another 250 to have lunch after the well sightseeing. And one of the boys said next to me, a lot of paper, he said, see what I found, one of those things. British pounds, libras inglesas, and I saw mine went like this, give it to me. I have to find out who is the guy, the owner. I put them, a lot of them. They were like 5,000 pounds. I put the pounds in my money, in my pocket. They were 10, 20, 50 pounds. Pero te ven papel de seda, silk paper, like silk paper. And I noticed, and I never knew that because in Spain, all the money is made in Madrid. No, Madrid or any kind of money. But there, some pounds, British pounds, in Liverpool, in Manchester, in London. I said, it has to be false, this is fake, this is no good. But anyhow, I put it in my pocket of them. And there were a guy there in the one that have a small store where he changed money. The only one who was authorized by the Spanish government. And he was a friend of mine because I changed a lot of money from the tourists. So I went there and said, I'm going to do one thing, smart. I'm going to put my money in my pocket, my hand in my pocket, and I took one of them. And just that. So I went there and said, can you change it to me? The guy went, give me the money. I went crazy, so oh my Lord, I have a fortune. And it's true.
Well, after my grandfather decided that there was no owner to that money, and he decided that was going to be his money, he and his friends from the hotel took a little vacation, if you will. They went to Spain for like a month, and it was amazing because they didn't lose their jobs, first of all. Secondly, it was amazing because they had all this money in the world, and I mean, the numbers changed from day to day, but every time my grandfather used to tell me about the story, it was either $10,000 or $5,000, $20,000. Whatever it was, it had to have been a lot. And the reason why I say that is because they were in Spain for a whole month without any worries. They spent money left and right on nightclubs and great restaurants, and they would take taxis everywhere. This was a story that my grandfather used to tell me all the time. And he never decided to save a penny of it. He just wanted to have a good time, and that was the type of person that my grandfather was at that time. And for the most part, has been all his life. He was the type of person that if he had the money, he would spend it and enjoy it, rather than hoarding it. It was good in some ways and it was bad in others because, if he had built a nest egg, that might have been good for his family's future, but I think his family, knowing the type of generous man that my grandfather was, they were well rewarded for his type of behavior. Longsberg Prison, near Munich, Germany. In 1924, the prisoner in cell number 7 conceived of a master plan to seize absolute power in the highly advanced and democratic society. He was considered a delusional egomaniac by many, but in 10 years he achieved his goal. In 1934, German democracy was finished. Adolf Hitler was the absolute ruler. One of his first acts was to commission his propaganda film, which played to packed houses throughout Germany for months. But triumph of the will disguised the truth. There was nothing inevitable about Hitler's rise. It was equally a triumph of luck, lies, and murder.
in 1936, Spain was a republic. But in July of that year, a group of right-wing generals tried to overthrow the government. Much of Spain was deeply conservative and welcomed the army to vote. It was only 5 years since the Spanish monarchy had fallen. It was only 5 years since my grandfather stood up against a mob of rioting Spanish Republicans in the Spanish sovereignty of Tetuan in Morocco.
Of people that were passing in the street, and he saw, they were shouting slogans against, against the King of Spain, against the government at the time. So what he did was basically said no, because he saw that they wanted to take the plague of the King Alfonso XIII. So he said, no way, not allowing it. And that was about 200 or 300 people. It was a mob of people actually, screaming and throwing rocks, stuff, angry and volatile crowd. So what he did is your granddad actually took a ladder, I don't know where, and he actually took a screwdriver or a hammer actually, and he was able to pry the plaque with the name of the, then King Alfonso XIII.
My wife was singing this for about 3 weeks. She couldn't get it out of her head for about 3 weeks.
Democracy to Spain was new and desperately fragile. There had been several attempts to undermine it, but so far, democracy had survived. Around the country, some sections of the army stayed loyal to the Republic, and so did half the Spanish people. The pattern for the division of Spain was set. At the central of the plot in Pamplona, the fascists joined the army rebels. A conservative Pamplona was very different from other parts of Spain. In Barcelona and Valencia, the rising was uncertain and disorganized, and the workers took to the streets to help the law and Republican police put down the rebellion. In conservative towns like Burgos, Valladolid, and Salamanca, the rising succeeded, but in Valladolid only after local fascists had held the army, overcome workers' resistance. Spain's best troops were the Colonial Army of Africa, commanded by one Francisco Franco in Morocco. The rebel Franco needed transport for his Moorish troops and a base on the mainland. It was provided when General Capo seized Seville and secured the vital bridgehead. The troops were taken by German planes. Juan Gonzalez Jr., my grandfather's brother, was captured during General Capo's takeover and became one of the first prisoners under Franco's army, unaware my grandfather too was about to go through a life change himself. He was 23 years old and had already worked at the hotel for 10 years.
I was told that the manager, the one that the owner, Carlo Vitali, Calderoni, y Ross, the in charge.
Tito Tibio, Manny was married to the first lady, dressed in the dark. The next one after Tibio is Talusi.
Two people from the
next one Talusi to the and the Simi, which is she raised Talusi. Her husband is Tibio. The other ones I don't know. Now below, Estrella, my cousin, Tania, Alejandro, Sara, myself, Antonio Marcia, and the other
something like a passport or electrification. And they went to something like that.
You know what I did these copies then? I did
The partner of the Infantería de Marina de Marina.
And the Valle Conrad, the army rebels stayed in their barracks and waited for reinforcements. There was much civilian resistance that they had revoked. But the Republican government hesitated. They feared the consequences of arming the people. The coup had missed the swift victory that it had expected. The workers fought back. The coup became a civil war, and resistance became a revolution.
Susan the Grandma Myron. Wow.
Yeah. You know what? Hold on, stop for a second. I can't believe I did this with 10 different copies. If I bring out another copy, I know
maybe this copy is the one that has one that has that.
Yeah.
That's what he's saying.
This is Juan Carlos copies, right?
Experience. More than anything. Experience. He had a long life too.
What happened when you were
I don't know.
I sure was not the joke.
Wait. I think it's okay now.
I went to a place there, Comandancia de Marina. They give me a list. They give me a place, something like a spot for identification. And they went to San Fernando in Cadiz. I have about 60,000 pesetas, which was a lot of money. In those days was like $6,000. And I went there, and they told me, they said, where are these people? Where are we going to live? The guy said, in the floor. Sleep in the floor? I used to be, I'm not going to sleep in the floor. I go to a hotel, I have plenty of money. How can you go to a hotel? You belong here. I said, don't understand. I don't know nothing about military or nothing. He said, I can pay a hotel here. It must be a hotel close here, and I come here in the morning. He said, no, you have to take it. So we arranged in a little room where he used to sleep, because he was in command there, Sargento Primero. He gave me a bed, and I stayed there with him. And he knew that I have 60,000, he said, look, listen, with those people here, 500 people, they are everything. They are robbers, the team, they're everything. Go to a bank and put the money in the bank. Why go here? Teniente que estaba, el teniente was in charge of the law.
Right.
Teniente viejo, ya tenía, at least 80 years old, 17 years old. Said, do you need permission to go to the bank to deposit 60,000? Did you have 60,000 pesos? Say, yeah. Run, go to the money. And I went to the bank, so 40 days later, Antonio Aguilar González, I hear from, because we went two floors. I was at top with the sergeant. He said, it is for me. He said, you know Almirante Carranza? In the told you, yeah, he's a friend of mine. He's retired. Almirante, yeah. That's for you, because he called the Admiral here and recommended you, gave you a nice place. Where do you want to go? I was in civil, not uniform there. Can I go to Ceuta? To first some Navales del norte de África? Yes. If you are from Tetuán, I said, yes, you can go there.
1938, look at that calendar. Wow. That's him. And that was him in station.
How'd you get that picture?
I revealed no secrets.
Who's that?
That was Antonio's grandpa at the war in 1938.
Indiana Jones.
My brother became an anarchist. You know? I don't know why. And living in Morocco, Spanish Morocco, was very dangerous. And I told him, see, the people here who command this country, Spanish Morocco, they are all military people. Because I'm working in that hotel, I know all these people. I told him, be careful, because one day you're going to be in trouble.
Right.
And that's exactly what happened. I was there, because you're going to be in trouble. He used to go into a closet and stay in the closet, and my sister used to give me lunch there. That's what trying to only come home and see him there at home. But was a civil guard, was a friend of my family, and he knew my brother was there. I used to hide in the closet. So he told the police, this son of a bitch told the police. So the police came one day and saw my brother there, took him to the police station. So from there, they took him to a military man.
You have my brother here. He looked at the paper and said, we want to shoot your brother. Your brother is under a page and they don't have. So I said, okay, can you give me a note for the general brigadier who told me to come here? Or do it right now, or I want to shoot you also. It's okay, I'm going.
So go he did, but it would not stop him. Knowing that people were being executed simply for announcing their political preferences, he knew that in order to spare his brother from facing a firing squad, he had to put his own life on the line. First, he spoke to a friend who was a colonel in Franco's army and found out that Juan had been taken to a military prison named Alacho in Ceuta, Morocco. Then he met the commander of the prison in the hopes that he could have his sentence commuted to a civilian jail, but it would be to no avail. A week earlier, Juan's fate had become all but sealed. His captain had been summoned to appear before a military tribunal. Juan had hoped that his captain would show the members of the opposition that he was a young, innocent artist who did not understand the depth of his reckless act by merely stating that he was an anarchist, but instead, his captain condemned him as a conspirator and other false incriminations, probably to save himself from prosecution. Whatever the reason, he was now heavily guarded at the military prison. My grandfather did not give up, however. He contacted a Catholic bishop, hoping that the church could persuade the Republican Army to give clemency to his innocent brother. But it did not help, and time was growing short. Juan was beginning to see his own friends being executed right before his own eyes.
He was about 20 years old when they shot him. Now my brother saw him through a window that they have in the place there.
And saw him getting shot?
Yeah, he saw him to each other.
In a final desperate attempt to save his brother's life, he successfully contacted General Franco's High Commissioner, requesting that he write a letter to Franco for a pardon of execution on behalf of his brother.
And I went to Peru and I met this guy. It was very easy. Finally I found him. What do you want? What can I do for you? I said, did you read it? I said, yes. Well, see what you want me to do is this. My brother has been condemned to be shot. And I wish if you can do something to indultarlo. He said, listen, I bring to Franco hundreds of letters. He took the pencil and then started signing. Sometimes he stopped, he took the letter and read it. And he can't refuse. So I'm going to put the letter between all of them, and if we sign and don't look at the letter, that's good. If not, kaput.
I'm saying this is friend. Watch your shot. This is just
Fortunately, the letter was signed. A telegram was delivered to the warden at Alacho. My great-uncle's life had been spared. But that was not all. Shortly thereafter, he was transferred to a civilian prison in the northern region of Spain.
Entre flores, fandanguillos y alegría, nació mi España, la tierra del amor. Solo Dios pudiera hacer tanta belleza, y es imposible que puedan haber dos. Y todo el mundo sabe que es verdad, y lloran cuando tienen que marchar. Por eso
it irony, call it brotherly love, call it what you will, but my grandfather's greatest accomplishment in serving for the Republican Army led by Francisco Franco was none other than to get the release of his brother who was in the opposition. It did take about 10 years before he was let out of jail, but thanks to my grandfather's acts, his life had been spared.
pero está acogida después, porque ya está abandonado todo.
Tangier, situated at barely 20 kilometers across the Straits of Gibraltar from Spain, was under the control of a council of delegates from 10 different countries. It was an international city since 1923. Unlike today, Tangiers was once a paradise without equal. Prior to its independence, it was one of the most sought-after vacations. Well known by day for its Southern Californian-type climate, with its beaches and all its sunshine, Tangiers was a non-stop party by night. It was very similar to the cosmopolitan nightlife one would be accustomed to seeing in Hollywood, New York, or Paris. All kinds of celebrities, such as movie stars, famous athletes, reclusive moguls, foreign diplomats, and generally anyone who was filthy rich could come to Tangiers to enjoy themselves with reckless abandon. If you wanted to score, regardless of whether you were straight or not, that was not a problem. There were few places like Tangiers in the Arab world, or anywhere else for that matter at the time. Tangiers was also a notorious center for smugglers of all nationalities. It was the real-life internet for the 1940s. People who wanted illegal drugs could get them. You can get anything you wanted, for the right price, of course.
Remember?
This was
Oh
thanks
my
in
God.
part to its imports and exports, which all went untaxed. Plus, there were no restrictions on the exchange of currency. It was no different than in Tetuan, where Grandpa had made a fortune on changing money, as I mentioned earlier on in the story. The international status that Tangier enjoyed suffered a temporary jolt at the outset of the Second World War, which came in the form of military occupation of Tangier by the Spanish troops. When my grandfather had been honorably discharged on October 25, 1939, he landed a job at Iberia Airlines in Tetuan. At that time, usually military flew on Iberia. Civilians were generally not allowed. The Spanish military generally used the Iberia Company mostly for the transport of military goods. His job there lasted until the end of 1939, where he was then transferred to Tangiers. Spanish troops had just occupied Tangiers, and commanders there were looking for an ex-Marine who was capable enough to oversee and protect shipments between Spain and Tangiers, even with the threat of attack from opposing troops. With his impeccable service record, my grandfather became that ex-Marine and wound up as cargo ambassador for Iberia Airlines in Tangier. The base pay was pretty good, but that would only be the beginning. Mercedes Azancot, who I am very proud to say is my grandmother, had an extremely rough upbringing in Casablanca. First of all, she had very little contact with her father, so she never had much of a father figure. In fact, he was never to be seen again shortly after my great-grandmother Perla discovered that he had another wife and children, so she had no choice but to kick the bum out. My grandmother had a brother, but unfortunately he died at the young age of 4. My grandmother also has a sister named Lucy, who was separated from her during their childhood together. This had happened because their mother, affectionately known as Mama Perla, was too poor to raise 2 children at the time without a husband. So Perla asked her sister Simi if Lucy could spend a short while with her while she found better work. Simi agreed, and Lucy went to Tangiers. It wasn't long after, however, when Perla felt that she had made a big mistake by giving up her own daughter, that she called Simi and asked her to bring Lucy back to her. Much to her chagrin, however, Simi flat out refused to hand her back over. Simi basically said, no way, she's mine now. Now, in those days, it was customary to have children split up among family members due to financial problems. It was not, however, customary to hold children against their parents' wishes. However, Simi was a very rich and powerful lady in Tangiers, and uneducated, there was very little that Perla could do. Despite their frequent visits over the Jewish holidays, it never helped to stop Mercedes and Lucy from terribly missing each other. And as scarring enough as it was to have been separated from her own sister, nothing could prepare my grandmother for the horror that she would experience one day when her favorite uncle took her to his job, where he worked outside on the docks at the port of Casablanca. As the story goes, someone had been operating a crane and lost control of the equipment. Her uncle, who was nearby, realized this too late and could not get out of the way of the falling heavy machinery in time. As a result, he was decapitated right in front of my grandmother and died instantly. If that weren't enough, some insensitive clod delivered his hat to Perla's house later on in the day, where they were grieving, only to find that inside his hat were smashed pieces of his brain. Now I ask this to every one of you out there in the audience. Could this kind of a childhood have affected my grandmother's destiny? It is very possible. But in any event, Mercedes was very independent from a young age. Her and my great-grandmother Perla agreed to move to Tangiers to be closer to Lucy. Mercedes barely attended school, even less so than my grandfather, but she was extremely smart and drop-dead gorgeous. She was a runway model, and she also had a gift for the arts for which one could see by her performances in the theater and in light Spanish zarzuelas. Mama Perla worked as a costume seamstress for the theater and was there to chaperone my grandmother Mercedes when she wanted to go out on a date. Which leads us now to the time when my grandmother and my grandfather first met.
I know that I goofed up. I love the accent. Kill me.
Tangiers, the American style.
That was the only point I left here.
My father was sent from Spain after the Spanish Civil War to organize in Spain to organize Iberia. So he was sent to Tangier, which I believe didn't exist at the time, to open Iberia. I arrived there, and they sent me a plane to Tetuan, so they take me from Tetuan to Tangier. So he was sent to Tangier, which I believe didn't exist at the time, to open Iberia. There was a Jewish fellow who was a policeman. Just controlling passports and all that. I gave him my passport. And he says, I came here to open an office for Iberia Airlines. Oh, good. I said, did you know a hotel in Tangier? He said, yes, close to my house.
The person that my grandfather met at the airport took him to Tangiers so he could stay temporarily in the hotel. The name of the hotel was Hotel Regina. My grandfather was going to stay there while he found people and resources to open up his office in Tangiers.
And it looked from everything, from a place to open, from everything since the beginning, since its inception. He started Iberia Airlines in Morocco.
He took me to that hotel, and I met the owners. They were French, Spanish, but they were raised in France, so they speak better French than Spanish. And they gave me a nice room.
The balcony that was a balcony, the balcony was next to the other at a very short distance. Like almost you could touch yourself if you extended your arm.
And was a balcony like this. My Mercedes room was here, and my room was on the other corner.
And
she was living in the hotel with her mother.
So my mother was staying at this hotel, which was a friend of ours, a French lady. I forgot the name, Madame something.
And I came there. I took a shower, and I went to the balcony,
because it was very cool there. It was in the old Moroccan border. It was dark shadow and beautiful. And my mother was smoking, my mother smoked. And I was there looking at the street, a narrow street, looking at people passing. And she saw this man. And then a girl came to me. She asked him for a match, you know. I said, sure, wait a minute, I to my room. I did the cigar.
Now you know where that came from.
So next day, the same operation. After 3 or 4 or 5 days, poniéndole el cigarrito a la cerilla cigarrito, dice, listen, can I invite you to dinner? You want to come to dinner? He said, I have to ask my mother. He said, you ask your mother. The mother said, why not? She introduced me to her mother, Mary. He said, my name is Antonio Gonzalez, and I came here to do manager of my life. I have to look for a place just to open an office. So he said, okay. So I took her to the restaurant, the Italian restaurant, which already I knew the manager. That started a conversation, and they went out. That's how their romance started.
The ladies would play the violins in a nightclub across the street from the hotel. The song that they played was a classical song. It was called Magnolia, and it was written by Jimi Hendrix. I don't know who wrote it. Nobody knows. I keep asking people. Nobody wanted to help me out with this thing. Magnolia in Spanish, La Palidez de un Magnolia, what the hell do I know about it? But it was a nice song, and my grandparents, you know, got hot and heavy over that song. What can I tell you? Here's the scariest part of the whole story. My grandfather is in one room in the Hotel Regina, right? Here's my grandmother in the other room. Pretty soon they were in the same room, and they were in love with each other, right? Could you believe in 1941 what happened in April? Could you believe this? Oh, I don't even know how to say this. This person was born. I think it was a person. My grandfather and my grandmother fell in love. And you know what happens when two people are in love and, you know, they start getting busy. You know what happens. They didn't have insurance for childbirth. But, this was no child.
Killed before it gets any bigger.
Doctor, I'm afraid.
Stay as far away from it as you can.
Oh my God.
child was he for the first 5 years?
Like your daughter.
Very
She
quiet?
was very quiet, very nice. And you already knew that she was going to be very smart. And you know how he is. That's the way he was when he was little.
So,
he was very, very... Not Antonio, Alejandro. Estoy hablándole a la cámara, esto lo está interrumpiendo. Eso no se dice.
Es mi marido, es de un
¿No te da vergüenza decirle eso? ¿No te da vergüenza? Fíjate la película. Ponen de maternidad, Hospital Benchimol, attended by, ¿cómo se llama? Midwife, señora Estrella. She helped also with Antonio and Alejandro. She was working for Dr. Manny, which was the director of the hospital, Benchimol. He was not there.
was he a troublemaker?
No, never.
He was an angel.
No, he was not an angel, no.
Okay, all kidding aside, my father was born. But there really were horrific events in that period of time before, during, and after my father's hatching. Germany ran over Denmark within hours, Norway within weeks. In May, they tore across Belgium, Holland, and Luxembourg and made their way into Paris. France immediately surrendered. Then the Germans began bombing Britain. The powerful United States, and thinking that this could never happen to them, were in for a big surprise.
Yesterday, December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy. The United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan.
Yo conocí a tu abuelo, Antonio, cuando tuve a Tania, mi hija.
Okay.
Tenía recién nacida. Entonces vino mi hermana, Mercedes, que es tu abuela, vino con tu padre, Dolly. Tenía 7 meses cuando nació Tania.
Sí.
Y lloraba, tu padre lloraba mucho. Y desde entonces venían todos los días a verme, porque yo estaba todavía en la cama, cuando yo había tenido a Tania. Y venían todos los días a verme, me traían una bota de leche para la niña, porque ella tomaba biberón, Tania. Tomaba biberón. Y venía todos los días con mi mamá también, venía mi mamá. Y desde entonces, pues, ellos vivían en un hotel, pero ya después querían vivir en un apartamento. Y como no había, pues yo tenía la casa un poco más chica y se vinieron con nosotros a vivir. Y dormíamos juntos. Yo les di la cama mía y nos dormíamos en un colchón en el suelo. Con tu abuelo que se levantaba por las mañanas a trabajar. Cuando venía de noche, mi mamá es la que hacía la comida. Cuando venía por la noche,
This is a serious movie.
Yeah, sure. The translation too.
tu abuelo se caía del sueño. Comiendo la sopa se caía del suelo. Y decía tu abuela, ¿pero qué es esto? ¿No te vas a tragar la sopa por los ojos? Y a mí trabajaba en el Lamsala. Lamsala era un sitio, un nightclub. Nightclub, pero era jardín, garden. Como era de noche, me iba yo con tu abuela ahí al nightclub donde trabajaba y a mí, de noche. Y se quedaba de Sí, y Tania era muy llorona, se levantaba de noche, ¡ay! Llorando y llorando, y se hacía la caca encima. Se hacía caca en todo encima, y se levantó tu abuelo un día y le pegó una paliza.
Oh, no. ¿A Tania?
Sí, le pegó una paliza, después le dice, yo la primera paliza que le voy a dar a esta niña. Siempre se acuerda de eso. Ya después dijo, vamos a vivir ya encontramos una casa. Y se fueron a vivir todos. Y de entonces pues siempre estábamos juntos.
That's it.
Wow.
Okay.
Muy bueno, muy bueno, muy bueno. Tiene idea. Tiene ideas, tiene buenas ideas.
There you go. You had seen it before?
Qué bonito fue la vida de niño. La vida de niño, ¿no lo vio qué bonito?
David, tú hacías esto con las computers, cuando cambian a la computer. Oh, no, eso está buena la combinación. Muy buena, muy buena.
You did a great job.
Well, that's part of my process.
Part one, imagínate. Todavía tiene más.
Una intermission now. Sí, venga, vamos a comer.
Oh, no sé la película. Es un actor. No.
Tuviste que pasar mucho trabajo.
Hey, Juan Carlos, Maggie, say hi to your family out in California when I mail this to them.
Lucy, Janine, Estrella, Tanya, Sara, and everybody. Joey, how you guys doing?
Lisa.
Lisa.
Alex, the movie was unbelievable.
Well, that's just part one. You got part two coming up.
It was just fantastic, really.
You like the first part?
Wow.
What about the birth of my father?
I just hope one thing, that at the end of the movie you don't get up in the chair, you want to make love to everybody, okay?
Well, part two is gonna be good too. You'll
We're
see.
very happy about it.
Part two is gonna be good. You just give it a shot.
Enjoy the movie. It's
So
excellent.
you enjoying it so far?
So,
Okay, great. Carmen, what do you think of the movie? Good so far? Not, it's
I love it.
amateurish. I know it.
I love it. It's a great movie.
Yeah.
I put a lot of effort into it.
Yeah.
I put a lot of time into
Would-
it,
would
a lot of
Darth-
thought into it.
Do you think Darth Vader would accurately describe your ex-husband?
To a T. Absolutely. And I'm having a wonderful time, and I'm glad I flew down here just for the occasion.
Okay, great. I'm glad you're here too.
Thanks.
Thank you. Mwah. Thanks.
I didn't want to miss this. Where's Nessie?
I don't know. She's changing, I think.
No, she's. I want to take
Oh. Why don't you, can you hold the camera when I do something?
What do I do?
Just keep holding it. Because it says rec on it, right?
It says rec.
Okay. So, Dad, what did you think about the way I brought out your birth, your hatching?
It was pretty accurate.
Was it pretty accurate, would you say?
Yeah.
You know that it took me, you know when you were pounding on the doors to break through?
Yeah, and I broke it.
And you broke through?
I broke through.
Do you know that I had to go frame by frame? There were 450 pictures of you moving around.
I know.
And I had to black out everything around it so that I could perfectly superimpose your body on it.
It was amazing.
It took me a week to do that one scene.
It was amazing. But you didn't get when I started throwing the fire from my mouth. That one you didn't catch.
No, I missed
how
that.
long-
But it was pretty good, really.
How long did it take you to do this whole movie?
The whole movie, from the moment I started filming, that was October of '99, and I finished it just in March,
A year and a half.
second March.
Year and a half.
But before that, I had a full year of research that I was putting on.
Your research is unbelievable.
Is it good so far?
Very good. Very good.
I probably made a lot of mistakes.
The only thing was, yeah,
Yeah.
like ensala, no la ensala, la ensala.
I know.
But also,
No.
and you didn't bring Tita Josefa, like the other sister of my father. In all the pictures, there are only 4. There were 5 brothers and sisters.
No, I did mention it very briefly, but I didn't get enough information on her. And by the time I realized,
Because the guys, the family, la familia en las Canarias,
yeah,
son de Tita Josefa.
They're gonna kill me.
Loli.
I'm sorry,
Juanito.
Tita Josefa. I love you very much. I don't know you, but I love you very
No,
much.
Loli y Juanito.
I'll
Loli-
make a separate movie on you, I promise.
Loli era como una hermana mía. Cuando íbamos a Tetuán siempre estábamos juntos y Tita Josefa lo mismo.
¿Una hermana?
Loli, la hija de Tita
Como
Josefa.
Princess Leia.
Ya, como mi hermana. Igual éramos como, teníamos una asiduidad, ¿cómo se dice? Ya se me olvidó hablar en español.
Sí, una afinidad.
Una afinidad increíble entre los dos. Y Loli y Juanito, que eran hermanos. La madre era Josefa, que era la hermana menor de mi padre.
Bueno, Josefa, él no lo hizo a propósito.
A propósito.
Pero no
Bueno,
importa.
aquí tiene la cámara porque quiero comer.
Okay.
So, Juan Carlos, what were some of your highlights of the movie? What part did you like? Yeah.
So far, I want to grab a beer.
Okay. Can you get me one too?
Yeah, I'll get you
I can go for a nice study.
So far, I feel very emotional watching it.
Yeah.
I feel, where's the beer anyway?
I don't know. Where did they get the beer?
Where's the beer? I feel very happy.
Dad, where's the beer?
Dad, where's it? Loli, where's the beer? We need a beer. Loli, ¿no tienes esa?
Atrás, no sé si la voy a encontrar porque me parece que no había más.
Está bien. So
we'll
anyway,
have a Coke.
then I'll have una copa, yeah.
Una Coca-Cola.
I'll have a Coca-Cola. I'll have a
Well,
Coke.
right now in your dad's kitchen.
Yeah. Give me the Coke.
Your dad is fervently searching for either beer or soft drink.
Pero no queda más cerveza, Juan Carlos. No queda una.
That's not.
No,
You
yo
can
no.
share it. You can share it.
No, a mí me gusta el Coca-Cola, déjalo.
You
déjalo.
sure?
Estoy seguro. No, I'm positive, I'm
Yo no
positive.
debería. Déjasela.
Honestly, I'm positive.
Sí, yo me tomo una Coca-Cola mejor. So, like you were saying, Alex, it's very emotional. It has a lot of beautiful parts, of course. I mean, I'd say even the sad parts are very touching.
There were some sad parts in the beginning.
Very some sad
Let me
parts.
ask you a question. Was I effective with the scene with his brothers possibly getting executed?
Oh, yes.
That's what part I worked on that too, and I wasn't too sure if I got
Yeah, that was
right.
very good. That was very
Okay.
It makes it seem the horror of it all.
You weren't sure, yeah. Okay.
And watching all the people there. Who
Okay,
were,
so now in part two we got two more people are being born. You know, two more of your brothers are gonna get born.
Oh boy.
You get to survive. You missed this axe.
I missed all this.
Until the
axe.
second movie.
The second movie, I'm gonna get. The
Yeah,
axe
you get.
out.
Well,
I'm
we'll
gonna
see.
that axe. We'll see how I get that axe. It just shows how when you do something from the heart, it touches
That's what it is.
everybody.
I did it from the heart.
You did it from the heart and it touches everybody. I'm very
it
proud
was-
of you also
Thank you. Thank you.
for doing that.
You're a good man. Thanks. Listen, guys, I'm sorry about that part in the movie when the two voices started coming out and overlapping.
Don't worry, nobody even.
I can't even believe that happened.
Don't worry.
And-
Seriously.
¿Sabes lo que pasa? Que ahora si no se toma todo se daña la vida.
Claro, no, se va a tomar todo, más. Se va a tomar todo. Who wants white wine?
So, did you like David's birth? Was David's birth good?
If you're gonna take a picture of me, get away from me. Go over there so it look nice and young, okay? Over there, that's a close up. There wouldn't be one wrinkle in
¿Quién quiere
it.
vino? ¿Quién quiere champán?
Alessandra, would you say I factually portrayed my father's birth, or was I missing a little bit?
No, it was just perfect.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. You know somebody else gets born in part two. You know that, right? Which is coming up next.
Yes.
Two more people are going to be born. So, yeah, so we'll see. Maybe I honestly I didn't do anything with them because my father's my father, and I wanted to kill him, but with the
Nobody
funny
was
things.
born like David, right?
No, nobody was born like
Nobody
David.
like that.
You'll see the difference. You'll see the difference. Yeah. So what do you think? Is it good? Are you sweating?
At the beginning, when
Great.
I
You
saw
sweating?
that,
Wondering what your birth is going to be like?
Pardon me?
You wondering what your birth is going to be like?
No.
No.
Nothing can beat that one. Nothing can top that. That was really
I like your socks.
Oh, thank you.
They're beautiful. Yeah.
It depends.
Yeah.
Depends on what opening. I wear different. I wear blue, yellow socks.
Yeah.
I figure for this opening, I wear red.
That was gorgeous. For Spain. Viva España. Yeah. So Christina, now you have it. Now you know how your husband was, how he came to be.
Baby.
Yeah.
He was cute as a baby. He was so cute.
I tell you, I can see Sarita and Tanya, and also Estrella must be on the floor laughing when they saw my scene.
That we're going to watch it at the same time?
You know what they did? I didn't tell you what happened.
That we're going to watch it now?
Yeah,
or at
no,
their
now.
own time?
But you know what they did?
8
Listen to
o'clock
this.
their time?
The videos went to Lucy's house because Sarita is always working. And Sarita and Lucy and Yamin were going to share one copy while Tanya and Estrella shared the other. So they decided to go with, Yamin's copy. So they went, Yamin got the tape, thought he had two duplicate copies, when he didn't realize that there was parts 1 and parts 2, gave one to Tanya and came over to Estrella's house with part 2. So they start putting part 2 on, and instantly they start saying to themselves, "Wait a second, this isn't the start of the movie. What's going on?" So then they couldn't get a hold of Tanya because she went out. So they had to go back to Sarita's house to get the other copy. What a mess. So they probably started maybe about 10 minutes after we started. So that's.
They must be late.
We did start a little late.
Right?
Yeah, we did. So
So it's okay.
yeah, so we should be okay.
They were all in the house together watching it?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, all of them?
Next time it's at the right time.
Yeah.
We're gonna go back now, right?
Yeah, we're going back now. Yeah, intermission.
¿Probaste los cocos estos?
No, ahora puedes probar.
¿Qué son esos cocos? ¿Coco loco?
Están buenísimos.
¿Sí?
Persona, ¿quiere un coquito?
Déjame tratar uno.
Algo dulce.
I want coco.
Todo lo que hay aquí en la mesa lo he hecho yo.
Hasta la cerveza la embotelló ella.
We have been working allá en la isla.
Where's my wife? Where did Pearl go?
Yo lo único que hice fue, Juanita, lo único que hice fue el centro
Maybe
mesa,
she's changing.
que se me quemó.
Se mantiene
Oh, let's see.
Congratulations, Alex.
Did you like?
Enjoyed the movie.
Thank you.
Yeah,
What part did you like the best so far?
All
of
of
them?
them. Yeah. All of the parts was, very
Yeah.
nice. You did a great job.
Oh, hey, this is not an X movie.
The woman of my life.
This is not an X movie, okay?
The woman who changed my life.
Porno star.
I had to do that.
Dad, did you like how I did the dark thing? That was tough.
Oh, very good.
I showed.
The banging of the gates.
That was the best.
King Kong.
Actually, only 2 people saw it before because I couldn't hold it back. I had Burns' mom and Doug see it, and they were crying. They were like the acid test. I had to test it with them first, Yeah, the King Kong.
Yeah.
You know what I did? I went to Blockbuster one day, and I rented 16 horror movies. A woman looked at me and said, "You're planning to see 16 movies in the next 2 days?" I said, "Yeah, I am." She looked at me, and they were all like old movies. It was the strangest thing. She looked at me, she was like, "All right, let's get this psycho out of the store as soon as possible." I'm surprised security didn't escort me out. I had like 2 big shopping bags.
Yeah, like you were ready.
But wait, that was 16 there. Then I went to Video Update across the street. The next day, and I got 7 more. So I had 23 films that I took clips of. I had Mothra, Rodan, I had,
And you had the Body Snatchers.
Invasion of the Body Snatchers. I wanted to end it with that because I know you love that movie. You always refer to it one way or another.
Esa que está en la pared grande, ese King Kong.
Ese King Kong. That's why I was cracking up the other day with the Millionaire Show. Remember the Millionaire Show, Alan Kong? I was laughing.
Pone de frente y pone el retrato del padre.
King Kong.
Sí, me pareció recordar lo que era aquí.
Well, you always said you're married to a beast, no? You gotta prove it, right?
Now I know why. Y la nariz soplándose.
Yeah. You see
Eso es natural, ¿no?
By the way,
Es una maravilla, a las 2 de la mañana cuando
the
estoy
song,
durmiendo.
that song from that entire piece, including my father blowing his nose, is on the CD. Everything, including my father, everything. It's on the whole CD. That whole 4-minute sketch. So you can hear yourself blow your nose in the morning through the CD player, in case you don't do it or forget.
Estoy de acuerdo, el padre es el padre.
El padre es el padre. No sé, yo lo siento mucho, padre.
El padre es el padre, claro. Ahora que esa gente de ahí de la pequeña Habana no sé lo que decir.
Y le digo que ellos pueden tener la culpa, que sean una muy grande en Miami.
Esa gente,
Pueden hacer.
cuando vengan a buscar a ese niño que lo tengan que entregar,
Se van a poner así.
eso va a ser tremendo.
Sí, va a ser tremendo.
Tremendo, sí.
Va a ser tremendo. Dios ayude que no pase nada.
Si tú te metes en tu casa con tu
No, yo no salgo para nada, ni ella tampoco. Sí. Eso me echo a
no le abres la puerta a nadie.
A nadie. Nosotros, we live 20 blocks away.
Porque los cubanos están que...
We are gonna be
Yo te digo una cosa,
Pero este no se debía haber metido. Este no se debía haber metido.
This is the mayor of Carmen Maria and a Cuban kid. And he's the mayor.
You know what? If someone didn't like you, all they would do is walk 20 blocks from the house and put a picture of Castro on your house.
Yeah, that's it. That's
Your
it.
toast.
The toast.
Torch your house.
And you know what he said? That he held no responsibility for what happened, which is the most irresponsible thing a mayor can say. He said that on television.
That's horrible.
That's very horrible. We should not have said that.
Y no saben, porque los cubanos ese día creo que quieren hacer esa parte de
Way out.
No, they inaugurated.
Oh, I thought the Pope is
The Pope is not ill. It's not the Pope. They inaugurated a hospital in Rome. But it's not the Pope. He's not ill.
No, you have to when you're almost finished, you get this.
Why? Do you want your own? I get you one.
No, get me haven't you seen mine? Have you seen my hair? Pero te digo una cosa, Cristina, cuando yo joven tenía el pelo colorado. También, ¿verdad? Sí. Pero mira que mi sobrina, no quiero decir que es nieta, porque me dice, ay, qué bien esta señora.
I get the pass back. Wait a minute, I get the pass back. And I said to my friends, you know, I got this pass back. And I called the New York Marathon. And I said, I got the pass back. I said, can I go next year? I said, can I make a name change?
¿Tú jugaste el número que te di?
My son cannot.
¿La loto? ¿No jugaste la loto?
Training.
Pues mira, tengo el 7 y tengo el 12.
Okay, so I changed the car. Oh, and I said, you know,
voy a saber que espero que
run next year. Listen, you get a name change or you get to run next year, one or the other. I'm not going to give you both. And then I had to pass, and I said, oh, okay, you fine. And then I said, October.
Oh my God.
I was to miss that day.
That's how you know.
That's how I decided. I swear I was a cross between Quasimodo and Monkey. I swear to God, I ran the marathon.
She finished it.
No way.
She finished it. But wait.
I got a pass. My company got a pass. I gave it to him. I gave him the pass. He called me 3 weeks before the marathon, pulled me late, and he says, I can't, I quit. So I said, okay, what do you mean you can't go? So I called the marathon. I got the pass back. Let's find the marathon. And I said, can I make a name change? Otherwise, we're going to lose it.
Tenía pelo seco, tenía muy marrón. Llaman ahí, siempre.
I know what I'm get. Can I get a 26.2 my wall and put a chair? So I called the lady, and I get it and she says, sure. And I told her, I said, oh, yeah, it's a little late. I said, can I go next year? So she says, listen, lady, it's either you run this year and I do a name change, or I change it to next year for him. But I can't do it. She said, fine, I'll take it. And I went that night, I went home, I took a bottle of wine, and I went to the beach, so I started training.
Who's Darth?
3 weeks.
And you ran 26 miles?
I picked her up.
She came in 24,897 points. But she finished it. That's the best.
She picked me up at the end with Lexi and my friend Leslie. And the day after, and I swear to God, I was in such a fog. I could take it.
But you just start. Don't say what you see.
And I said, I was dead.
Oh no. I'm gonna keep going. I'm singing.
I got a medal. They hang a medal. They put this aluminum. They give you flowers. They give you the
Sí, la ya tenemos igual también que se traban a
Alejandro, I was in my life, and then it took me, my muscles, 8 weeks. I'll do like a skit. And then I was walking through some of it. No, and I walked some of it. And this woman, and after the
Es que hay una cámara ahí atrás.
No. La cámara que está atrás.
Are you okay? Okay. No le meto un zoom. A la familia no, a él. A los dueños de la casa no.
No, espero que los millones de dólares que va a ser de David.
Where's the remote control for the volume?
Silencio.
Shit. No, I need the remote control.
Oh, Casablanca.
Silencio.
But I need the
Sube
remote
volumen.
control for the
Se
volume.
oye. No se
Where is the control?
oye.
Where should you put it?
Shit. This is what happens at home.
Put the light on.
What happens in the
Maybe
video?
you walked out with
I
it
think I
to
did.
the bathroom.
El remote control. La niña estaba llorando, David. Que lo encuentre.
¿Estás llorando?
No, era la película. Porque eso fue filmado en Casa Miami. Y ellos estaban en la ballena bendita. Y entonces estaba llorando cuando... Uy, qué peste. Sí.
Tremendamente, papá.
Looks like my father.
He looks like your father.
He doesn't talk as much as my father does.
That's a guess.
He's quiet, you know.
You talk like your father, but he looks like your father.
Alex, I don't believe it. He lost
I don't believe it.
He lost what?
He lost the remote control for the TV.
Oh, it's I'm pretty soon into
All the time.
It's right on top of the thing, right? Look over there.
No, that's not it.
No?
Check in the bathroom, the kitchen, the piano.
Is this the one he's looking for? I got it!
You do?
Yeah.
The TV one?
The TV one.
Yeah, I got it.
Sorry, guys. Brain cells aren't working all the time. And when they do, they're kind of weird.
Everybody's here?
Okay.
Everybody's here, yeah. But
Okay, roll it.
Yes.
Wait, hold on.
Anybody else needs another drink before I sit down?
Sit down.
Yeah, I want some whiskey.
Come on, sit down.
Okay.
David, sit.
Shut up.
Look up pretty.
All right.
My father was madly in love with my mother, this young little Jewish girl from Morocco. She spoke French and she was fascinated by her. So he being the most generous man in the world, Andalusia, he was the most generous man in the world. At one point he went and bought a flower, but instead of buying a little bouquet of flowers like anybody, he bought like a tree and all the flowers to grow. We used to go to Spain.
Yeah.
We used to go to the most beautiful meals hotel. Hotel Cristina, they knew me because I was a customer. I was there every month, at least twice, with Mercedes. Just to...
Okay, that might have been really creepy. But it's true. And 9 months later, on September 7th, 1942, my grandmother gave birth again, this time in Tita Lucy's house, to my uncle, Antonio. Antonio has always been, I think, the funniest of all the uncles, although they're all hysterical. And he was always the one with the most meat on his bones. You know what? I think I've got a film clip of him being born. Yeah, hang on a second. Oh. Nurse. Oh, here. Oh, I think I broke my water bag. Oh. That's my mother-in-law. Okay. Oh, thank you. Oh, these are my favorite.
chips. With the face. Let's see.
I'm embarrassed.
Deep breath. It's in my legs. Legs up. Close your legs.
There's a picture over there on that side of this that you can see it's black and white. I must have been there, what, maybe 1 or 2 years old. That Alfie, I'm glad that at that time they didn't have color photographs. That's a paint outfit. My mother, I guess, wanted that to be a girl. And I know I was not a mama's boy. I don't think so.
I don't think so.
He had something wrong. So we took him to a doctor. They put a catheter. And he used to sleep with me. He used to come and sleep to my bed. And he used to give me my tea. I was asleep and then boom. He was on the top. Boom. My face, and I jumped like I thought it was the last play I suffered. I remember when we were living in Lucy's house, and I went to the bath to take a bath, not a shower. There was no shower there. So I was taking the bath, and somebody locked the door. Was him? It was like this. I'm taking a bath. Let me alone. Then his mother came and said, Tonio, Dodi, he wants to take him out with you. I said, okay. I opened the door, and he came there. I had dressed him, I put him out with me. I was getting soap and all that, you know. He said, give me el pie. In Spanish, he said, give me your pie. And he said, el pie. He said, yes, el pie. I call your mother. I said, come here. He's talking already. That's the first one, he's talking his time. It was about maybe 1 year. 1 year, 2 years. No, not even 2 years. And I start talking. You know how smart he is. You can imagine. A little boy like that was this size. And he was start talking. At that age, the doctor said, oh, this boy is going to be very smart. You know how he is.
Sucks, so I skipped it. My grandparents already had 2 children, and still, they were not married. One of the reasons for such a long wait had to do with the fact that my grandparents were of different religions. My grandmother is a Sephardic Jew, while my grandfather was a Catholic. My grandparents' sisters, being Catholic themselves, did not approve of Mercedes being Jewish. My grandfather would keep asking Mercedes, when are we going to get married? But my grandmother wasn't crazy about Antonio's sisters, because they would crucify her for being Jewish. Plus, she also did not think that Antonio was polished enough to marry her. But now, Mercedes was pregnant for a 3rd time. So even she began to think that it was the right move. Here is a picture of her, pregnant with Alejandro, in the summer of '44. So despite all the opposition from Antonio's side of the family,
warning, right?
They finally married on June 19, 1944,
at this Catholic church in Tangiers.
They didn't look that good then.
Yes. One last note about the wedding is that it took place exactly 13 days after the invasion of Allied troops upon the beaches of Normandy. D-Day and then wedding day. Just imagine that. Imagine that together. You got that? Sure? Good.
No, not yet, not yet. This is actually a sad thing coming up. No, not yet. I want you to forget about Alejandro. Forget about it.
Okay, move on.
Even though I'm Catholic, this is a disgrace what happened, so I have to put this in.
Oh, that's the 6 million.
Oh, that's what the 6 million, we can figure out what it was.
Right, the 6 million Jews.
Right.
Killed.
I went to the museum in Washington to get this film.
Holocaust.
Holocaust Museum. I bought the film and I put my own music and I clipped it the way I wanted it.
Someone must have cared for you. Do you remember who that someone was?
There were men. A man took me. There was a light. Loud sounds,
Unfortunately, my grandparents did not have a honeymoon. By day, my grandfather was making a lot of money at Iberia, and the whole family flourished in the excess. But by night, well, they lived in quite a few places. After the passion-filled time that they spent at the Hotel Regina, they rented an apartment with a friend of Lucy's. That was my father's first residence, but that too lasted for a short while. In November of 1942, they went to live with the Lugasis as my great-aunt Lucy explained earlier, they lived in La Casa de Araceli in La Calle de los Lateros. While being there, my great-uncle Yamin actually worked in the nightclub in the El Minza Hotel and not the Lamb Sala Gardens. Yamin did work there too, but it was during my grandfather's service in the Spanish Civil War. And that's where the two families really began to bond. Sarita, Yamin and Lucy's oldest daughter, used to pinch my father's ass when no one was looking. My father, who was just a baby at the time, would cry his eyes out. Good thing she did it then. Have you seen his ass lately? After living with the Lugasis for a year, Mercedes moved their family in 1943 into the home of their best friend Nieves. Nieves' husband, Damian, worked at Iberia with Antonio. It was located in La Cuesta de la Alcazaba. Alcazaba means Casbah. In the spring of 1944, my grandparents moved yet again to a house that was owned by Madame Clos. It was located in La Huerta de Benolí. It was a high-priced villa that was surrounded by beautiful gardens. That was where they lived when they were married at the Corazon Sagrado Church that was seen earlier. That was also where they lived when this happened.
Oh boy.
Yeah, he was a real bad troublemaker when he was a kid.
He was extremely.
Making fun of his father and uncle, I was going to leave you out, especially with what a calm child you were. But we'll get into that later on in the movie. My grandfather was loved by all at Iberia.
Tu abuelo, que hacía su cumpleaños en la playa. Y lo celebraba muy bien. Venían todos los pilotos de la Iberia y todo eso, y comíamos muy bien. Todos comíamos ahí, muy bien. Una fiesta estupenda hacía.
My grandfather's brother-in-law, Yamin, who at that time bore a striking resemblance to Errol Flynn, did not do too bad either himself at the American legation. Finally over. The international regime, which had been abolished, changed in August of 1945 when the Allies had re-established the international status. Tangier was then divided into 4 main quarters: French, Italian, Spanish, and American.
Love can never last, and when it's past, I'll be around when she's gone. Goodbye again. that you'll see you're meant for me. I'll be around when she's gone.
Grapes of Wrath. When Alex was only 18 months old, his brothers one day fed him grapes, except that they kept feeding him one grape after another, and they were stuffing him in his mouth at the speed of light. He had no time to chew. My father now says today that it almost worked, jokingly. But quite honestly, if their mother had not walked in and caught them, poor Alex would have probably choked and died.
This is something like this beautiful.
No, the music is from.
Life is beautiful. Oh, I don't know where this is from. Where else is it from?
No, from it's a
It's a beautiful day. No, Life is Beautiful. Yeah, the Roberto Benigni movie. That's the one he kept playing, remember?
But Alex would have his revenge as he would grow up to be one of the biggest troublemakers of all time.
That's from Indiana Jones.
Muhammad V.
Oh my God.
That's your girlfriend?
Oh my God. That's Sylvia? David, no.
You're kidding me.
Wait.
That's Sylvia.
I went to her house and
that sort of thrived on commerce.
I knew about this. It was a secret.
Black market stuff. A lot of it had to do with money changing, you know, daily from pesetas to francs to dollars.
Oh my God.
Smuggling is a great business. Everybody was smuggling.
Oh,
The grandpa was the best beautiful girl. He would get paid off by smugglers. Just like his days in Toton, he'd spend a lot of that money in vanities and entertainment. Lucy and Yamin and other couples would join my grandfather and grandmother at a favorite restaurant called Samuel Pepe's in La Calle Viñas. It was near the Mauritania Theater and right across Calle Murillo, so it was right around the block from Foucault. Having 3 kids did not matter, as most people back then had servants like you and I own cars. But my grandparents were really rolling in the dough, so much so that they had up to 4 servants at one time. Hamido was the jester. He would also take the kids to the park. He was also the errand boy. Fatima was the cook. She would also babysit. Kimo was a Moorish girl who babysat. The boys also had plenty of pets, too. My father had a dog named Huracan, which means hurricane.
I know.
My father was big on comic books. He had the first issue of Superman. If his mother hadn't thrown it out with the other first dozen issues, they could have been sold for over $100,000 today. Planes would come from and go to Italy with officials from the Italian embassy. The ambassador to the Italian embassy in Tangiers was none other than the son of Italy's Marshal Pietro Badoglio. Pietro took over Italy in 1943 after Mussolini resigned under pressure. One day the ambassador called my grandfather to ask of him a favor. He wanted to know if they could charter the Iberia bus that was normally used to take passengers from the airport to the city of Tangiers. They needed the bus to use to go to a party. My grandfather obliged and was then invited to the party with my grandmother. When they showed up, they were met by the ambassador. The ambassador offered my grandfather to send all 3 of his kids to the Italian school completely for free. My grandfather thought it was a wonderful idea and took him up on the offer. So in the fall of 1946, my father began what would be an incredibly bookworm-like journey into the world of education. He may have been responsible for the coining of the phrase.
I screwed up. This is Iran and not Italy.
I know.
And when I realized that, I was
The flag is burning. Oh God.
Oh my God.
Oh, okay.
When he was champion of the karate.
Oh my God.
He didn't used to go like this.
Oh yeah. The yellow.
Really? He would eat all his bread and everything. That's what he ate.
Oh God. Breaking the yolk. Nobody ever wanted to sleep with a kitty's dad. Oh no, you never saw me that.
I think so. I used to sleep together in the bed.
Yeah.
Warm and cozy. Every morning. You were so good. Antonito, yo te quiero mucho, mucho te quiero, Antonito. Yo te quiero mucho.
As the decade began, nearly every Tangier home had a radio. By the end of the decade, many Tangerines looked forward to the day when they would have a television in their homes, just like the neighbors down the street. By 1946, there were 7,000 sets in the United States.
Oh my God. I didn't even know
Did it make a difference to you guys?
Oh, sure.
Yeah. Having lived in nearly half a dozen places since 1940, my grandfather decided it was finally time to settle down in a place that was large enough for his wife, his 3 children, and his servants. In the modern section of Tangiers, and not far from where he worked, he saw such a place. On the corner of the street Foucault, there was a spacious 2-floor apartment. From there, he could walk to work with the knowledge that his children would benefit from a flourishing environment. The area was mainly inhabited by the wealthy. Movie stars who'd come to live or just stay a while were in abundance. My grandfather was sure that this upper-class neighborhood would surely make a positive impact on his family. So in the summer of 1947, they moved from their villa to Calle Foucault, número 47.
This is how it looks now. It was so beautiful.
Upper class.
Todo destruido. Por eso desde ahora destruido. Mi madre Antonio y yo.
David y Mercedes.
Mi hermano Antonio y yo. Ahí estamos los 3. En el Parque María Luisa.
Harding, Mayor, Benjamin, any of the houses in Tangiers.
Did you resent it?
I never resented it. Me and my brothers had a good relationship. I was worried about being the same room with Alejandro. Because he had these things that he would go, berserk.
Alejandro was sleeping one day, and my brother David, the eldest, did something to bother him.
He was like 6 o'clock in the morning, it was my day off from school, I think it was a Sunday, and he was making noises with a shoe, right, banging on the floor, and I kept saying, Alejandro, shut up, and he kept going, Alejandro, shut up, and he kept going. So I took my shoe and I threw it at him, and I just turned around in bed. All of a sudden, I see like this big monster jumping on top of me with a razor blade.
Oh my God, I got up from the bed with a razor blade and wanted to cut him.
So I defended myself, and Antonio came and helped out.
This is Carmen's favorite song of all time.
That's right.
That and after that, I think some little tune by Ringo, right?
Oh my God, mira, en el imagen. Eso fue muy la fecha de la juega el club de
He sent me most of the time to get the
Remember as a child, and I remember this vividly, in 1948, which means I was 6 years old, and I was born in 42. My parents sending me down to the deli, like, to buy the newspaper and some butter.
And in 1948, my Uncle Antonio would begin his academic life at the Italian school in Tangier. Only a year after my grandfather moved his family to Calle Foucault 47, he decided to move them yet again. But this time, it was only to the top floor of the building.
I do remember when I lived in Calle Foucault, 47. It was a corner house, 3 stories.
Notice I got all the
We
cars
lived
out there.
in the
It's all
top
down,
one.
right?
We had a big terrace. And some of the things I remember the most probably are the animals that my brother Antonio used to collect. We had a dog, we had a cat, we had a rabbit, we had a rooster, we had a chicken, and we had baby chicks. I think we also had a turtle. Most of the times, these animals were Antonio's, but we all liked them. I remember jumping over the terrace with his leg. I remember me throwing the cat over the terrace. I remember all those things, but it was fun. I mean,
Rewind, please.
You gotta see that part. You gotta see that part.
I missed that.
Yeah, just listen to the end of the interview. It's really funny. The way I cut it. Ooh, shit. Hold on a second.
We all know them. Really?
threw the cat. House was a big house.
Throwing a cat over the terrace?
What?
Sounds like what? Is that my fault? What movie is this from, Dan?
49?
No, the music. What's it from?
Ben Hur.
No.
Take the man.
No. Casablanca.
Casablanca?
Yeah. Oh, that was 42.
No way.
Yes, it was.
Was it?
Yeah, it was. It's like a symphony to Casablanca.
That must be during like another, yeah, another.
All the kids, there wasn't
go to Italian school, right? We were young then. And we went out with this Italian couple friends of my parents. We went out for a picnic. And we were all running. And this Italian friend of my father kept saying, il ferro, with the barbed wire, right on our, well, we were running, right? So David thought they were saying, il ferro is in there. And he ran even more and faster. We stopped because he said, oh, ferro, David kept running. And he hit the wire and he just fell over and ran over the wire. He was all torn and all lined up with the wire.
Despite the fortunes Grandpa made on the payoffs he'd get to let illegal imports and exports go through at Iberia Airlines, my grandfather's salary was not at par with the work that he did for them. He spent very long hours at the office and worked like a dog, and very little time with his family. To top it all off, Iberia was now looking to transfer my grandfather to Palma de Mallorca in the Balearic Islands in Spain. During the 10 years that he was with Iberia, he had accumulated an impressive list of contacts. State senators, movie stars, ambassadors, and key business people all knew my grandfather. However, he began to grow weary of the politics within the company that he worked for. So on February 21st, 1949, my grandfather Antonio decided that he'd take an extended leave of absence. This way, he could come back without having lost his job. He was 35 years old at that time. Here's more on why he may have left and to where he went following his decision.
And then, of course, as I know from my own experience with Iberia, a lousy company to work for. The people, the company is good, but the people are a bunch of shitheads. We started to dislike him because he was doing great things. And in Iberia, as you know, because I worked many years with them, if you know what you're doing, you're in trouble.
I'm supposed to be watching it.
Some friends of mine introduced me to Mr. Boucher, who was the president of the watchmakers in France, and he wanted to install a factory in Tangier. So I helped them to open the factory, to do everything, and then helping them to manufacture those watches. And put the name TWA, which means Tangier Watchmaker Association. Then we bought a car. Well, they bought a car. I think it was a Buick. And we went to Europe. Okay. I went with the engineer, Maurice, with a friend of mine, Belsalon, who was the agent for Longines and Universal. And we went to Spain, France, Italy, Germany, Switzerland, Belgium, all paid by the company.
And how long did you do that for?
Oh, I think it was 2 or 3 years.
My mother, she was very good. She used to do a lot of Moroccan, Jewish Moroccan dishes.
I liked chicken with olives. That was a very typical dish.
My favorite food when I was in Morocco was the adafina and the orisa. That my mother used to prepare on Fridays. I would take to a typical Moroccan oven, the old style oven, and they would be there until the next day. Then we would go on Saturday, like around noontime, to take it out of there.
2 days of Passover, in the middle of Passover, the kids make dinner. So I remember one time specifically, it was so cute. We invited, of course, Dolly, Ñoño, and Alejandro coming in dinner, and Sarita and Tanya and I cooked. And we had tables set up and everything. And here comes Ñoño and Alejandro and Dolly. Dolly with the flowers, you know, all dressed up, almost like alfalfa, you know. And Ñoño with the bananas. And Alejandro with a box of candy. And they came to eat it. We used to sit down and we served them because they were the men and all that. We used to do that all the time
was potato, it was like a stew with meat, potatoes, eggs in the shell. So they would get brown inside because the shell was not removed. I like the orisa because it had wheat in a bag, so the wheat would cook inside the little burlap bag.
And also a famous soup from Morocco, from Tangier, harira, which is my favorite soup. I know how to make it now, because I have a recipe. I'll make it for you if you want.
Excuse me, I'm making fun. This is impossible.
Wider.
Wider is better.
There. Perfect.
That's disgusting.
Now who's gonna eat that one?
This is the guy right here.
Now you're not allowed to wash your hands in 2 weeks.
This isn't Ben Hur. This is something about the Miami or something.
All about Eve also. All about Eve.
In 1950, someone must have had an elaborate plot to kill my uncle Alejandro.
Things that Jack working never tried but should have.
Do you remember the time when you were on the top step of Calle Foucault?
No, I don't remember.
You don't remember that?
Yeah, sure. Antonina and I were jumping. At the entrance of Foucault 47, there was like 9 steps right by the street. Yeah? So we were jumping one at a time. 1, 2, 2, 3, 3. And I think when we were on the 4th one, Alejandro came by and said, "What are you doing?" And we said, "Well, we're jumping to see who jumps the most." And he asked, "What step are you on?" And we said 4. So he went to the real top, the very top, the 8th, and he jumped. Just to like let's get over it. And he fell right down his chin here. And I don't know what he hit, but the blood started coming out. There was another episode where my mother had to take him to the hospital.
In the 40s, nobody knew what ADD was. Attention deficit disorder. This is something that my brother Alejandro had. He was extremely hyper.
The day after Christmas, you know, behind the target.
Yeah, the target.
And David was telling me, am I aiming to the left, to the right, am I aiming right? So I was right behind the target, and I said, hey, no, I think you're aiming right, and we let go. He went right into my left eye.
Oh my gosh.
And like a minute later, my uncle banging at the door, and I was bleeding from my eye.
That's his version. I don't remember it. He was hiding under the bed, and I was looking, and I was asking him, am I from where you are, and you tell me if I'm aiming at the target? Which is stupid, because I can just see from under the bed if I'm aiming at it. But anyhow, that's my version, because
It was so perfect that he did it. See, I think my mouth was shut, otherwise it would have gone right to my mouth.
To me, that one time you broke free from, I think it was Sarita or somebody and my father, and you ran across the street, and a car hit you.
I was deep to remember, but yeah, I could have scars to prove it.
Really? Let's zoom in on that.
I don't know if you can see it right here, but let me open up my mustache and you can see it. Right here. Over here. Oh yeah, you can see it.
pasos. When Hafid used to be assaulted in Morocco before the war. And it was all marble and magnificent Moroccan town. So besides going to school, it was like going to a museum every day. I loved it as far as the museum. But as far as studying, because it's the first time I was detached from my house. But I learned Italian. That was the first language. I actually learned how to write and read, not to speak, because I spoke that language. And Tangier was an international zone with all kinds of religions and all kinds of schools. So we had contact with practically 5 or 6 different languages. So I think that by the age of 7, I spoke Italian, French, Spanish. I understood Arabic, Moroccan dialect very well. I spoke a few words. My favorite subject in school was definitely math and algebra. I always wanted to be an architect. I remember when I was maybe 8 years old, 9 years old, maybe because going to the Italian school and looking at that magnificent architecture, that also inspired me. Always. I always wanted to be an architect.
Is it true that when you would go out, you bring your school books with you even to parties?
Sometimes.
Or is that just a false?
No, it's true. I mean, not all the time. If I had an important test the next day, and I needed to review some of the chapters or something that I knew was going to take place in the test, I would take them with me. Not that I was sick, but everybody was having a good time and I was in another room reading, but just to refresh my memory, that's all.
My brother David would be known now as a nerd.
Movies weren't the only form of entertainment capturing attention anymore. Television was coming of age. I Love Lucy, starring Lucille Ball and Desi Arnaz, was TV's first mega hit in 1951. Also, and in 1951, mankind made another contribution towards the modern era when it ushered out its very first commercial computer. Called the Univac, it was made with vacuum tubes instead of moving electronic parts, and its first use was to assist the United States Census Bureau in Philadelphia. 5 years earlier, a predecessor, called the ENIAC, was built for the U.S. Army, which had used punch cards instead of magnetic tape.
The Summer of Los Boliches was a very interesting thing because my father never wanted to buy anything. My father was real Andalusian, and all of his money was kept in his pockets. And he didn't even believe in having a savings account. Anybody that had a savings account was a cheapo. And my mother insisted that we should invest into something like anybody, another bank. So my mother, which had a lot of jewelry, she sold an earring, a pair of earrings, and with that, the proceeds of earrings, she put the down payment for the house in Los Boliches. Against my father's will.
The house was on the beach, the back door open into the sand, and early in the morning we used to get up and run out. We were completely free. We had so much.
Get that picture.
We used to go down to the shore earlier in the morning, and the fish would pull in and coco, and we would help them pull the nets. And because we helped them pull the nets, they would give us a bucket full of fish.
Just jump off and...
Well, mostly, Antonio wasn't there all the time. My father wasn't either. But mostly my mother, my aunt,
wow, that's great.
and us kids.
And the
we
six
used
kids.
to bring the maids with us.
Yeah, you know.
Was our maid. And Javidito used to come.
¿Te acuerdas de Javido? Usted con una vaca lechera, no es una vaca cualquiera. La leche me encanta, hay que vaca ensalada, tolón, 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 tolón. Un centro electorado, se pasea por mi radio, con el radio, tolón, 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 tolón.
And Antonio came 1 year. He was here, he was our dance teacher, Antonio Cañiz. And he came 1 year, and he was really, really gay.
Which now it practically doesn't exist. It's all functional like to the Bolívar. It was a little villa.
That's California.
She sold it.
Should I pause?
Yeah, pause it.
She needs a building there. We went.
Why don't you go get it?
Okay, okay.
And tell them that we're still on part 2, that we've been drinking too much champagne in between.
Is the telephone ringing?
Yes.
Oh, he's going to get it?
The piano.
No, don't get the piano, get the telephone.
¿Qué pasa?
Who is it?
¿Ay, qué?
Venga, no.
¿Da frío?
Sí. ¿Por el vinti?
¿Por el aire?
No.
Mira, ven tú.
Oh my God, this is the saga of the fans. They finally changed them. I don't remember the saga of the fans. That was the funniest thing. Yeah.
Who was it?
Tito Yamin, that they love the movie.
Yeah.
But we have to finish it. We told them we call them back.
And they started a little earlier than
Oh, they finished one?
Yeah.
because they didn't take as much of a break. Or they started a little earlier, that's why.
They didn't break like that.
This place was.
I know, 2 words. I'll fix it. Did I get that right?
Everybody con Antonio Napier. Ahora que ya me mandó a California.
I remember when I was, must have been 10 years old, coming off the bus. I had to go to the bathroom so badly. I couldn't hold it. degrees, so the thing would fall off my pants.
In 1952, my grandfather left the Tangier Watch Association to start his own business for importing and exporting of Smith Corona and Remington typewriters. One of his best friends and longtime co-worker, Damian Hisber, left Iberia to join my grandfather to run the business for him. In 1953, my grandfather was appointed by the president of the casino in Tangiers to the position of Secretary General in El Casino Español de Tánger. Not only was this an honorary title, but it basically gave my grandfather full authority to run the casino in the evenings and on the weekends when he wasn't working. My grandfather was a true workaholic in every sense of the word. For several years, my father had a good idea that his family was wasting a lot of effort to keep something secret from him. What was that secret? Well, for starters, his brothers had an olive-skinned complexion, typical of most Spaniards. My father, on the other hand, was pale with freckles. In 1949, an unfamiliar person walked up to my father while he was with his cousin Sarita at the Café Paris and asked all sorts of questions. The man seemed genuinely interested in him. The conversation lasted a short while, and then he left. My father's classmates began to talk behind his back in school, spreading rumors about his parents. But my father, an extremely sensitive and intuitive individual, knew that these kids were doing this, and the secret that his mother had kept from him for so long was becoming utterly ridiculous by now. So one sunny afternoon, when school let out, as it always did, my father came straight home and decided to confront my grandmother by asking the unimaginable question, "Mom, is my dad really my dad?" Well, my grandmother did not respond at first, but when my father angrily pressed on, she finally relented, unraveling the secret that had been kept from him for so many years. Everyone else had known, his brothers, his cousins, but so did my father. He did not have to confront his mother, but maybe he did, because he was growing tired of the charade and tired of the lies. What really pissed my father off was not the fact that my grandfather Antonio was not his biological father. It was the fact that they kept this truth from him in the hopes to not let this little boy suffer. They did this out of love and consideration to my father. But maybe it angered my father that his own family did not feel that he could have been trusted with the truth. His family was afraid that he would have been devastated as a result of the news, but his reaction that afternoon was about as opposite to that as one could imagine. When you think of the upbringing that my grandfather Antonio provided for my father, perhaps the kindest human being that one could ever meet, it makes sense that my father could have cared less about biology. Just another reason why Antonio was such a great man. So if Antonio was not my father's true biological father, then who was it? Well, the story goes like this. Back in 1940, and on that magical evening in Tangier, my grandmother had been on that balcony, and she did indeed ask Antonio for a match for her cigarette, but she had also been crying because she felt like her life was in turmoil. Most 20-year-old girls cry when they learn they are already 8 weeks pregnant. Prior to meeting my grandfather that evening, my grandmother had been married to a man by the name of Fritz Schmidt. Fritz Schmidt was a promising concert pianist from Austria who could also play the trumpet, the violin, and the saxophone. Eventually, he would also become a band leader and would tour Europe and Northern Africa. How the two met is unclear. My grandmother was a young actress, so maybe they met at a rehearsal where he was asked to play. What was clear is that Fritz loved my grandmother very much during their short marriage. Whether or not it was his intention to raise a family with Mercedes did not matter, however, because when she realized that she was pregnant with my father, she became very bitter towards the 20-year-old Schmidt and asked for a divorce almost immediately. Mercedes felt that her pregnancy had jeopardized her modeling and acting career. Whatever the reason, she now wanted out of the marriage. He had no choice but to oblige, and so there she was at the hotel, all alone, as per the Jewish customs. My grandfather Antonio learned of this the very first time they met at the Hotel Regina, and indicative of a truly great man, falling in love with the woman who was divorced and pregnant did not matter to him. And the rest, as they say, is history. Despondent Fritz Schmidt returned to his family in Austria, and if love was blind, then being broken-hearted was deaf and dumb as well, because he returned to Austria without knowing what the Germans had been doing. Not long after his return, Hitler's troops apprehended him, branded him with a number for being Jewish, and sent him to a concentration camp, none other than Auschwitz. Somehow he managed to survive the Holocaust, and sometimes his band would tour in Tangiers, where he would inquire about his son. In fact, the man who approached my father and cousin Sarita that day at the cafe was none other than Schmidt himself. He was probably there during a musical tour. His musical abilities could explain why my grandmother felt compelled to obtain a piano from my father to learn a short while later. And if you know my father and I, you can see that we do have an incredible ear for music. Except my father never much cared for Van Halen. What became of Fritz after the 1950s is not completely clear. However, it was said that he continued his musical career until his death in 1979. His cause of death is unknown.
Come on to my house, I'm gonna give you candy. Come on to my house,
You remember the Roberts? The Roberts. And we got a box of condoms. Oh, yeah. You had a big box and we got into it?
And it was just a big box.
We were blowing balloons all over. From the movie. So I think they found out that the word infected or something. That's one way of finding it. I think then Alejandro was born.
Yeah, he threw his ass more, his ass.
Well, I kicked his ass, believe me.
Yeah, that would be. So you kicked your ass more.
We never got into physical fights. Alejandro, one time, he was bugging the hell out of me, and I was putting on a sweater. When I put my arm right through the sleeve, my wrist came out and punched him and knocked him dead. Really, he was out. He was gone.
I remember one incident. We were sitting at the Café de Paris, which was the cafe open air outside chairs, the main boulevard in Tangier, with my mother, friends, and all of us. Alejandro had a fit at that time, and he just kicked the table with all the coffees and the beers, and he threw everything on the floor.
That's not the first time your brother's thrown food around, right?
My brother?
Your brother Alejandro.
Oh, no, he threw food. He threw everything, including slippers. No, okay. He was always getting, I got the other lot.
I remember that the fights were really Alejandro after Antonio, because Antonio was very calm and cool and quiet, and that would really boil was Alejandro's blood. And Antonio would had he developed something that.
This is a habit that I've had all my life.
Up to maybe the age of 16.
We used to hate to sit next to him.
A habit of doing this.
Nobody wants to sit
He still does it.
He just keep running your nose up and down, up and down.
Like that in his nose.
I did it so many times that he was pissed off.
Alejandro would get furious.
And he came after me. He came after me to punch me.
And when he ran into the living room, closed the doors, which were glass doors, Alejandro went right through his fist through the glass door.
He broke the glass and he
broke his veins and blood was gushing out. My mother had to run, made a tourniquet and run, take him to the hospital.
That's because a habit that I always and I still have. I always did that. Now I'm doing it to my cats. My cats didn't know. It's something that releases tension. I don't know what it is.
That's very different. Alex was normally a very calm child.
Alex was a calm child.
Yeah.
There was law and order in my house.
Remember we used to open the doors in the cousin's bedroom? There was a window like this and they had a big terrace. We used to put the mattresses all the way out so we could tumble and walk to the terrace. You walk in, the bed was like here and there was a window here. We used to take all the mattresses and everything, jump from furniture to furniture. I mean, we had jungle.
There was law and order in my house. There was law and order in my house.
Yes, right?
Yeah.
It was.
Antonio.
Anything goes. It was a free-for-all.
More or less at my house.
Like your house, yeah, a free-for-all.
I mean, we used to have wonderful, wonderful times over there. I couldn't wait for Friday to get out of school. So I could go home, I could change, and I could come home and go to school with my boots on. And walk all the way from my house, all by myself. Las botas de Mulayacón. And get over there and spend the whole weekend. Maybe Antonio would give us money every Saturday so we could go to the movies with the families. I mean, he gave us a lot of money. My mom was very frugal with the money because she didn't think that we should have money to go blow and whatever. But man, Antonio was always dishing out money like nothing. When you guys go get goodies, we used to go to the movies. We were little, al Capitol y al cine Alcázar. Y con una peseta comprábamos pipas y garbanzos tostados. And we used to go upstairs and watch movies, Tarzan or The Wolfman and all that. And then we used to go up against the wall. Right. Upstairs, and the Arabs used to be downstairs.
And that was that the way it was supposed to be, or
Yeah, the Arabs were always downstairs.
They were not allowed upstairs.
They were not. And we were upstairs, and we eat pipas and spit the shells out into the them. And every once in a while, I remember Tanya. I remember if Dorothy was there and Alejandro or whatever, but I think it was Alejandro and Tanya. Sometimes used to be in it. There used to be little holes at the, because it was kind of like in an angle. And if you peed on the ground, you went through these little holes down there into the Arabs. And then they would get up and you know, and we used to look and pull back so they wouldn't see us, you know. But Tanya and Alejandro were really.
They were big fighters all the time.
Stop it. No, because I don't want anybody to see from outside.
Oh, okay.
Echa la silla para acá. Yeah,
All right.
yeah, because we can be seen from outside. I don't want to. Okay. Now.
I remember me and my brothers dressing up and pretending we were on a stage and doing a show and things like that.
When it was Dolly's turn to sing, he used to go behind the door. He used to go behind the door and sing so nobody would see him. I was so embarrassed.
So he was shy.
Very shy. Kids and all the vacations we spent in Spain, Boliche, La Casa. Un año con Pilar y Cándido, no vino Cándido también. No, hay Cándido y Cándido Leaders, no.
Yes, yes.
De Pilar yo
De Pilar no sé si se acuerda.
Y otra vez le estuve diciendo también a Alex que llevamos a Antonio Cañestro.
I showed her the picture of all of us sitting by the beach in Emeralds.
Y que se hacía el francés porque no quería hablar francés.
Oh, remember with the bikini on the beach and the priest, like a G-string.
Yeah.
And so he got in the water and the priest was walking down the shore with a long thing and on the hat, the whole thing. And he couldn't get out of the ocean because I think he had lost his wings. He was so tiny that he was afraid he probably ended up in jail or something.
That's funny.
And his dad gave him once a haircut with a box.
He didn't know you about it because of course he was
Right.
So I took a bowl, put it on his head, and I just cut around him. And he looked French gay.
Sarita and Dolly were always smart.
Yeah.
And Ñoño and I were always kidding around.
You guys were all like pretty much
paired up
in the same age groups. So it was 3 boys and 3 girls. That's a great bunch.
But Sarita and Dolly, Ñoño and me, and Alejandro and Tanya.
I used to go from my house during the week, this was, not the weekend, because I used to spend the weekends in there. But during the week, I used to go to the store where he had these typewriters and his business with Mariano. No matter how busy he was, it didn't make any difference how busy he was. He always had time to come out, give me a hug and a kiss, and he would give me like 2 pesetas, 3 pesetas for me to buy a junk. And he snapped me on the back. Oh yeah.
And before he gives you the money, kisses you or anything, we have to go through every typewriter.
Oh yeah, we
like every one of us.
They were there. It was fun going through the typewriter. He let us do anything, and he always gave me money. And then he would say, you know, he was busy or whatever. And I know, but I wanted to give him a hug and kiss him, and he was going to get some money. He was the greatest.
What we used to do in the house, we had so much fun.
Great times with the we were inseparable.
That was really beautiful, you know?
Webster's New World Dictionary defines generation as a single stage in a succession of descent, as, for example, father and son are 2 generations. But the word generation means so much more, because a generation also represents a period of time in which a garden of values are nurtured until they blossom and are then passed on to the next generation. These values also include integral traits such as honor, wisdom, and love. My generations have indeed passed on these values as sure as the Olympic torch being passed on from one venue to the next. In the end, when you take away all of the creature comforts that man has built for themselves, we are left with nothing but the air that we breathe and the love that our family has given for us to cherish, both of which are taken for granted. So it is important that we remember each and every day that we are who we are because of our upbringing. Just as important as it is for us to pass these desirable traits to our children. I am proud to have the family that I have, and these are my generations.
Don't never be
Oh wait, this is important. You gotta read the credits.
Like honest credits.
Yeah, it's a really no.
Let's go.
Happy and it's very, very sad. It's a beautiful funny, sad.
Chief sex technician.
Chief what? SFX it says.
Yeah, Chief Special Effects.
Yes,
Cheap hairdresser. And some cheap salons in Florida.
Yeah, I made it. I made it movie.
She helped me a little bit. She wrote a book called Alex Lower. Oh, okay.
Still photography.
Is that good? Yeah. She's out of town in Spain.
Y esta es la parte 1. En el año que viene está la parte 2. Del 53 al 2000.
Are you working on part 2?
Yeah, but I'm taking a month off. This was Did Kill Me.
Yeah?
June. I'll start in June.
Yeah?
And June, so part 2 was 1954 to 75.
Mucho tiempo.
So you'll be seeing me in your house.
Yeah, you're gonna need some help here.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I put your double in there, yeah.
Courtesy of hell.
Alex, you never found your song, right?
I did, Vivere. Yeah, that was Vivere. Yeah.
And it was called Maria.
At first I thought it was called Magnolia, but then I found out it was Vivere.
You didn't put it in?
I did.
I didn't hear it.
Vivere. Hooray, I found my grandparents' song. Right after the Holocaust section, that's when I put it in there.
I'll hear it again because I don't remember.
Okay. I got it on the CD actually.
Okay.
I can put it in here. That's fine.
He has to because those are things that exist. To avoid any problems there.
of Africa, Carmen.
Yeah.
John Barry.
Oh, right there.
Yeah, there you go.
We might be wrong, but we'll put it down like that.
Who wrote the score for that? Do you know?
John Barry.
It is John Barry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't we obligo? These are all like Gardel.
Right.
Don't we obligo? That's right. Carlos Gardel. Carlos Gardel was
The famous
tango
tango.
singer that Grandpa loved.
Pennsylvania
Yeah.
6500.
There's Viva. Luciano Pavarotti.
Which one is it?
Viva there. Actually, it was done in the 40s by somebody we don't know, but Luciano recovered it again in 1984 on a CD.
It was conducted by
And on CD,
Viva is a popular song in Naples.
Yes. But
That was their song.
that was their song. It was being played across the street from the hotel. And that's when they started dancing to that song.
What's the name? Oh, there it is. Life is beautiful. What's it called? Abbiamo.
Abbiamo vinto.
Abbiamo vinto. That's the theme from Life is Beautiful.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
I used about 4 or 5 songs from that soundtrack, and most of them made it onto the actual CD. Yeah.
Are these all the sound that you have in the CD?
Not all of them. I just took the better ones.
Oh, okay.
There's like 46 I have on 2 CDs, but there was at least 60 or 70.
Philippines.
Yeah. My 3-bedroom apartment.
What's up, Manila? Peninsula? Oh, that's right, 'cause you were there.
King Kong versus Godzilla. Godzilla, King of Monsters. I mean, I took some pretty good.
Wow, that was great.
Prince by Kodak and CBS.
CBS. Yeah. The persons that are invented in this film are not fictional. Any similarity to actual persons are intentional.
Very good.
Great.
Excellent. Very good.
Excellent.
Very nice.
Juan Carlos, empuja el pus para adelante, Cristian, porque tienes
Muy bien, muy bien.
That was really beautiful, huh,
Muy bonito. Lo hizo muy, muy fino todo. Oh yeah, look, he's filming it. It was a good movie.
yo de lejos, para que me vean joven.
for the whole thing.
Yo estoy sudando.
Oh, the other way.
Otherwise you come home with me.
Oh, the sauce?
And the reason why it's so quiet in here is because, number one, it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning.
Is it really? Oh my God.
It's 5 to 1.
And number two, everybody is very tired. And we're trying to be quiet because my baby is sleeping. And I will be joining her shortly because when she cries early tomorrow morning, nobody else gets up except for me. So I am excused. And there's Vanessa. There she is. Getting ready to call Mindy to find out.
Alessandra, ¿dónde? Where are they?
I really like that hair.
Thank you.
I really do.
I'm in la oficina.
Actually, the whole getup is awesome.
Oh, get up.
Dile que se apuren, que es la 1.
Shoes, ya la
Shoes and glasses, perfect. Well, the shoes are kind of funny.
No.
But I like it.
Let's see, Alex, move out of the way a second. Here we go. Let's zoom in on the shoes. There they are. There they are. Yes, yes, David. David, yes.
Luego ponte el jacket.
Oh, the dog.
Oh my God. The neighbors?
No, that could be.
Ah, David, mira el video.
Hello. I'm from the office of Price and Porterhouse or Steakhouse or Filet Mignon. What is it?
Oh, great. What's this?
What is that?
Oh, the awards.
The awards. Hey, you mean the awards? You mean this wasn't a joke?
Huh?
You got awards. A joke?
Congratulations. Alex, you get your
I love the box. I love the box.
Wait, I'm like George C. Scott.
Are you going to film this?
I'm turning it down. I'm George C. Scott.
Okay.
We are
Oh, you're
filming you.
right?
Alex, do you have anything insightful you want to say?
I'm
You know
sorry?
what I'm supposed
Do you have anything insightful or anything interesting you want to say?
Me?
Yeah, you.
No, not yet.
No?
Waiting for,
But he
for
did
David.
say
We have
something
to.
as he was coming in the door. Hello there. Hi.
Espera que Antonio no está
Okay,
aquí.
since I'm supposed to be the master of ceremonies or the host or whatever it is, we have, of course, we don't have the Oscars, but we have the Gonzos. The Gonzos 2000. And
I can only imagine.
through the movie, you saw all kinds of movies and all kinds of music. So we have nominated movies, nominated best directors from all the movies that
There he
we are
is,
mixing.
nervous as he's awaiting.
Nominated everything, all kinds of nominations. So we are going to call now for film editing. Let's call one of our actresses here. Maybe Jennifer Lopez? Jennifer Lopez.
There she is.
She's gonna present this to the award. Let's see who's the winner. Film
For
editing.
film editing.
The movie.
And the winner is.
The winner is.
Who are the nominees?
There was only one nominee for film editing.
Alex, ponme la
Out of 5, only one made it, and it's Alex David Gonzalez.
Thank
you very much.
Remember, you have to thank your wife.
You have to say something.
I'd like to thank my wife, my daughters, illegitimate children I don't know, directors, producers, publishers, publishing house clearance, sweepstakes, people that walk down the street. How many hours do we have left? No, thank you very much. This is very nice.
Alex, y a los vecinos que no dejaste dormir. Muchos años, con muchas horas.
Okay, for original score.
And this is not when you were in high school, okay? That's for the movie.
Original score, funny enough, there was only one nominated
What a coincidence.
person. We get somebody else. Let me see. Who can we get? Because this is not like the Oscars. We don't have a band, so we have to think. Katharine Hepburn. Okay.
Me?
Please.
I don't look like
No, you don't. But because you don't have the Parkinson. You don't have the Parkinson, but you probably pee very quick.
Trae un bumper. No trae un bumper.
Okay.
It's a golf trophy.
So the winner.
I know.
For the original score.
We have to get rid of them,
The winner
Alex.
is
Alex D. Gonzalez.
Alex D. Gonzalez.
Wow, Alex.
They like you. They really, really like you.
I want to thank all of the golf buddies that were behind helping me with this film. Arnold Klanger, Michael Rosenberg, and who knows who else. Thank you very much. I did not worthy to receive this, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's it. Good.
There were no nominated for Best Actor, actresses, supporting actors, and supporting stockings, whatever. But there was one nominated for music adaptation. Also only one. And
again, the winner.
Let me see, who do we get?
God.
Oh, let's get.
God, this is fixed,
Mia Farrow.
Cristina Aguilera.
Cristina Aguilera.
Sing for us.
And wait, everyone, we have to look at the shoes.
Oh, yes.
There they
We
are.
have to film the shoes.
There they are.
Zoom the shoes.
Wow, what a shocker. Alex D. Gonzalez.
You and Santana.
You keep it up, you beat Santana, sure.
I'm trying to see Rafael Santana.
No, Manuel Santana.
Now you can say
Not
it.
Santana, Santana.
This is
It's
beautiful.
impossible.
What?
You really, really like it.
Yeah, now you really.
You really, really like me.
Yeah, you really must be liking me here. I don't know. How much do you like me? All right, don't give me any more. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Oh my God.
No Oscars has ever introduced this type of award. This award is unique to the Gonzos. The Gonzos 2000, that started obviously the year 2000, has introduced a new award, which is very important because otherwise nobody goes to the bathroom. Nobody eats.
Except my mother.
Except your mother.
Pissing all over her sink.
So did you go? No. This award is called the Intermission Award, and it's a toilet bowl trophy.
I'd like to say a few words about this.
And it goes to Alex D. Gonzalez.
You guys found out the truth. I really had nothing to do with the film. I was only in charge of the intermission part. That was it. I just filmed that one part.
Great.
And the rest I found.
It's very good, Alex.
I'm going to talk to Julie.
Juli, ¿dónde está Juli?
My ass would like to make a speech.
Now we're down to the two most important awards. For this award,
Oh, yeah.
for this award, we have again, there's a change between us and the Oscars. Okay? We first nominate the movie here, and then the director. We think the director was more important than the movie, although the movie was more important than the director. They both were just as important, and I don't know what I'm talking about. The nominated movies were As Bad as It Can Get, Gone with the Dow Jones, The Guns of Tamarack, King Kong, The Last Dynasty, and Generations.
Guess who won?
And the winner will be presented by, we have with us in the audience, Gloria Estefan, the singer.
Gloria Estefan, please.
Like my shoes?
Let's see.
So for best film, the winner is, can you please read it?
Alex D. Gonzalez.
Hey, Gloria, I heard your back's feeling better now. Sorry, just joking. Ooh. This must have been my father's best golf trophy. I'm really honored. I'm really honored. Thank you, Dad, for this.
It took me a while to cut it down.
Well, thank you very much. I'll try to, do better in the second film, but my father's gonna have to play a lot more golf though. If he's gonna be giving me.
Yeah,
We don't have any more trophies, Alex. We got rid of them all.
I might as well stand up and just like this. Is this what he does? Is this what he was doing for the last couple of weeks? That's ridiculous.
The winner of last year, want me to lower down, more lower?
The baby's going to
the voice goes.
I'm going to stick her with you in your bed tonight.
The winner of last year's best film, the director, Roberto Benigni,
Hey, caro.
will call the winner
I like to make love to all.
Nominated for best directors, we had Roberto Maligni. Was he our counterpart?
Roberto Maligni.
Alfred Scratch Chick. Is that a Hitchcock or Scratch Chick? Whatever.
Alfred.
Frank Capra, he was a good director.
Frankie.
Francis Fiat Scapula, not Coppola? And Alejandro Di Gonzalez.
Oh
and the winner
is
Alejandro Di Gonzalez!
I cannot accept this, George C. Scott.
You need a block to carry them?
Yeah, this is kind of heavy. Yeah, I love this heavy
I know what those trophies are staying.
They're staying?
No, you can take
You're
them.
fine.
You sure?
Yeah.
Of course. They're not staying.
That's for you.
Absolutely sure.
I don't have any room.
He's over the Lennox over there. All right, that's great. Thank you, guys. That's beautiful. I hope so.
Well, David,
No,
you should
do it.
I do it.
We did. I'm sorry.
Oh, in case you missed, what we sang was Happy Birthday to you, Happy Birthday to you, Happy Birthday. Okay. Here you go. 72, right? 72? 24? Nice.
I want to say hi.
Hi.
Say hi.
So how did you like the movie? Just say it was horrible.
Did you see everyone?
You know, I saw pictures of my sister holding rats. Were you involved with that, Mindy?
What, honey?
I saw my sister holding pictures of, pictures of her holding rats. Were you involved with that whole thing?
She was we didn't see my pictures. I'll show you my pictures.
Yeah, you still want to be her friend after this? You see the pictures? I don't know.
She loves me. She loves me.
I love Vanessa. I didn't even wait for her to call. I just came. I said I gotta
You
go.
got my pizza? Oh, I just beat you.
Oh, okay.
Hi guys.
You live nearby?
I met you. Hi, how are you? Good.
Do you live nearby?
Good. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. You have 3 friends outside. Okay.
Oh.
Tell me the truth. How'd you do it?
Honestly,
You look pretty good.
nothing. I don't do anything.
No? Oh my God. That's right. I'll be right back. I just want to. If we come back, it's good. I don't hear. Who wants cake? No.
No, but you
Again, there, I know.
You are.
¿Qué pasa?
Fíjate a tu papá cómo está.
Sí.
Yeah, but of course. Incredible.
Rafael, ¿quiere cake?
For 50, not bad.
Gracias, Alejandro.
The birth of a real troublemaker. Are you serious? Did you really not remember any of those things?
I don't, because none of that is true. It's all lies, a pack of lies. They made up all these things. I don't know, they have something against me. I don't know why.
Well, there's a few more stories left over for the second movie.
Yeah, but I don't know why.
No?
Why? Nothing but lies.
In the third movie, you get the
Vicious
In the
lies.
third movie, I'll let you interview me when interview about me when I used to do the chocolates in your store. You can really get back at me.
I have to do that. I have a lot of great ideas that I'm going to send to you.
Okay.
I mean, do whatever you want
Okay,
with
yeah.
it, but they're ideas.
Alejandro, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Because the most important part of the movie for me is to make you feel like you were there during the whole time. Do you feel like you Like you time warped during those scenes in the movie?
The whole movie was warped from the beginning to the start.
It was what?
Warped.
It was warped. He said the whole movie was warped. Deranged, yeah.
Beautiful.
Gonyo, it's Nonyo.
No, it was a great movie, really.
Thank you. Thank you. Did you guys laugh, cry? You cried, huh? Well, I'll be able to see this on the tape. See
I
what
will
happens.
make all the inmates watch that movie.
What did you say to me about HBO earlier?
No, that's it. Let's put a real movie now. Let's watch HBO.
Did I really say that, although I didn't mind sharing a room, I was a little concerned about Alejandro being in the same bedroom?
Yeah. You really did say that. Well, look at the socks. You guys should tell it all.
Like falling asleep and not knowing what's going to happen to you if you get up in the next morning?
Right. Yep.
Are you going to use this in your next movie?
I'm going to use this against you in a court of law. That looks like Charles Manson. That wasn't a wig. That was you when out in the beach somewhere in 1977, and you were in some kind of car, a pickup truck. You were at like a beach or something. Not a pickup truck.
You're kidding.
No, I kid you
I had
not.
that much hair?
You did.
I look like Charles Manson.
You did.
Really, just like Charles Manson.
And then
I needed a swastika on my forehead.
And then when you trimmed it,
Put on one.
and then when you trimmed it, you looked a little bit like Castro in that party, which I'm going to be in the second film. You know.
I want Leanne back, okay?